the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's double
Jack Drayton!
Needs another one of them. Finds it. Double 18 then. Oh, what a shot. A 150 checkout from Adam Mould. Needs the treble 20. Finds the treble 20. Double 16 the target. For a 3-1 lead. Brilliant darts by Steve Green.
Tops. It is a ton plus checkout for Twan.
To go 2-0 up. And what a shot that is. 12 dart leg from Ashley Coleman. As Ford looks at tops for the match. Pins it. Takes the 4-1 victory.
And eventually Danny Lauby down at the bottom right of the board. We've reached the end of the week, but who will be back for Saturday night? Group C concludes this afternoon here in week 5 of Series 14, and the action begins in just a few minutes' time. Hi there, very good afternoon to you. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for more Modus Super Series action. Every dart live and free on Pluto TV. Alongside me in the studio this afternoon, Laura Turner is here. Great to see you, Laura. And let's start by reflecting on Group B last night before we get stuck into Group C today. And it was the Scott Campbell, who finished as well as maybe we've seen him finish ever on the live lounge stage. He was excellent yesterday.
He really was very good indeed, and he actually said that the finishing element of his game is not always the main part. He knows he can rely on his scoring, and we've seen that here in abundance previously. But when you say his finishing was on point, there was ton plus finishes. This 1, 2, 3, one of 2 ton plus checkouts in this match alone. But 2 matches going through with perfect finishing, 4 from 4. So all round a very good night for Scott Campbell.
We know Scott Campbell is a power scorer, but when he can get that finishing going, he's deadly, isn't he?
He just looked so in control last night. Every element, everything was clicking. I mean, just, 4 from 4, going through the card in such a competitive group as well, sitting pretty on top. You feel like he's got 1 foot in the finals already.
Yeah, he's a savvy player. He knows that by completing the card yesterday, it will take a disaster for him not to be in Saturday night. John Henderson was also immaculate on his doubles during a period of last night. But that concludes later on this evening. For this afternoon, our focus is in Group C, and leading the way overnight, Ash Coleman couldn't quite rout everyone, but did win 4 from his 5 games, puts him on 8 points, and arguably the best player consistency-wise across yesterday. That's why he is where he is.
And you come to expect that from Ashley as well. He is one of those players when he comes here, he's pretty much, he's one of the more consistent players. I would say that first game that he lost perhaps just took a little bit of time to settle in, but once he was settled, he didn't really look back.
Yeah, the Prince of Darkness in a very good position indeed as he looks to cement his spot in Saturday night. He's a kind of player who's so enthusiastic about the game, and you don't see much in the way of emotion from him. He just gets up there and gets on with it, and whilst everyone else was fluctuating in levels, he just stayed solid.
Yeah, and that's what you need for this group. Having had a look at what we've seen so far, if he can keep those levels, I think he'll be here on Saturday.
Well, the bookies have him as the favourite, 8-11. Kieran Ford goes off second, 9-4. But Adam Mould at 7-1 is a player who perhaps didn't play the best we've seen him play here yesterday, but could probably catch fire at any point. He looks like value to me at 7-1.
Yeah, and I do agree with you. He's a player that knows how to get into finals night. And for me, he didn't, as you say, play as consistently as we've seen from him previously. If he can up those levels, then yeah, he could definitely be a threat for top spot.
Okay, Laura, thanks very much. More from Laura in the commentary box very shortly. Kieran Ford and Danny Lauby will kick us off this afternoon. But as we reach the end of week 5, we now know our field for week 6. Who's playing? Find out now.
Oh,
Oh my word, that is world class.
Really? Really?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
First weekly win.
Game shot and the match and the series 12, week 7.
Winning 15 matches in a row, winning all of his games 4-3 tonight, including the final. Good Evans. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, Tomoyo Goto.
You're kidding me. Not another one.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's another one.
As the champion. It's match start. Keegan rolls back the earth in the most sensational fashion.
Before we know it, we will be halfway through Series 14. This is your Week 6 lineup, Group A, featuring players like Keegan Brown from just over the water in the Isle of Wight, Tomoyo Goto and Brian Roman coming from further afield, Japan and Belgium respectively. Group B contains Evans, Lishman and Owens, and a certain Aaron Turner in Group C. He'll be under pressure because he'll be watched by Laura Turner, who's alongside me in the commentary box as Week 6 will start on Monday morning. We still need to wrap up Week 5, and this is your Friday afternoon action here on Pluto TV, and it begins with Kieran Ford against Danny Lauby. Youngster Kieran, 21 years old, from Sheffield, started off a little shakily, didn't play poorly, but did just get on the receiving end of a few moments from other players, and he is someone who is, well, he's now 22, but he's someone who has got a future in the game, no doubt about it. Danny Lauby, a little bit more experienced, and even though he is bottom of the group heading into this, he's certainly feeling a lot better about himself than he did after Group A. It's taken him only a couple of hours to win the same amount of games as he did in the entirety of the first 3 days of this week. So he'll be looking to try and surge up the table. Paul Hinks will be overseeing all of the action for us as our
First
referee. And away we go here at the Modus Super Series.
Game on.
Spots in Saturday night are up for grabs. It will be Kieran to get us underway. And as I say, Laura alongside me. Danny Lauby, I think, is an interesting conversation because you could tell at the start of this Group C campaign, after what had happened in Group A, he was very low on confidence.
45.
So when you go and win your first couple of matches of the day, that certainly gives you a bit more belief.
Yeah, just things didn't quite click for Danny in Group A, as you mentioned. And
one of them, 40.
I know that away from here, he has been playing a lot on the ADC circuit. He has been playing multiple nights. So not quite
100.
sure why it hasn't all kind of fallen into place, but ultimately that is darts. And if you are a player like Danny who maybe does rely on confidence a little bit as well, if that does start to just
57.
subside, it's difficult to get back into it.
It is always an interesting conversation whether players
72.
are fatigued by the time they
Junior
drop into
Cal
another group after
164.
being in Group A, when you're coming up against players who are hungry and enthusiastic. Ford
84.
is certainly one of those, praised yesterday by Trina Gulliver for his demeanour and his attitude, and I think that that can stand you in good stead. He's shown maturity beyond his years at times where he was losing grip of
60.
his darts
Junior
yesterday
Cal
because of how
80.
hot it was on the stage. It was sweaty, but he made sure to take time to sort those issues out, and that's an issue, but unfortunately
40.
for him, can't take out the 80, but he will be back for tops with Lauby on 224.
Yeah, Ford most definitely making
60.
a better start
Junior Cal
of the
40.
two in this opening match.
Double
Each on the
10
first
got a
leg,
hammering
Kieran Ford.
yesterday in Group C. 19
Second leg,
times
Danny
it was
to throw
hit.
first.
And in the
Game on.
first leg of day 2 in Group C, it's found again, this time by Kieran Ford for the 1-0 lead.
100.
Yeah, this a fixture yesterday that was won 4-1 by Kieran, finishing off the Group C action on Thursday.
100.
Yeah, if he can just sharpen up the doubling, I think
43.
Kieran will be certainly well poised when it comes to this Group C.
45.
In his first game against Van Uriet yesterday, he lost 4-2, but was 40% on his doubles.
98.
Look at the other statistics he's had in other matches. Ash Coleman, he missed 8 darts at double, 79 average. His average, of course, taking a bit of a battering because of those missed darts at double.
44.
He was 4 out of 13 in that win over Danny Lauby, so arguably could have been even a little bit sharper still. So there are just a
85.
couple of things he can tighten up, but he's still such a young player, and this isn't common for him to be on these kind of stages.
100.
So even though he's played some Dev Tour stuff, this is different. The environment is different, and he's still learning.
And that's all you can ask of a
99.
player, isn't it? Take the opportunities that are presented to you with both hands. But ultimately, although the double is bigger, I think
96.
players are so
Daniel
used to
Carr,
throwing for
76.
scores that it's that change to the outer ring, which is where you tend to find they struggle.
Getting shot
Double
on the
10
second leg,
again.
Danny Lauby.
Why not? 2 shots in 2 legs.
Third leg
And it's
Kieran
one
to throw
apiece this
first.
time.
Game
Lauby, the
on.
man who hits it. Taking out that 76. Went around the houses a bit, but got the job done.
One of them, 40.
Beat Adam Mould in a last leg decider in his first game yesterday. Also hit a 76 checkout in that match.
100.
He also had to come through that last leg decider against Ashley Coleman in the
58.
second match. But I was here on Monday and Tuesday earlier on in the week, and I will say that one of the struggles that Danny had early doors was the fact that he wasn't
60.
getting that first dart right. It was weighted wrong. It was going in the 5, it was going in the 1, it was dropping really low, and that was just increasing the frustration for him. But he's looking like he's getting
133.
it right more and more often towards the back end of the week.
Can see an example of it there. When that
121.
first
Kieran Carr,
dart is
170.
a bit higher, then it gives him room to follow in. Couldn't follow it for a shot at the bullseye.
99.
Yeah, a lot of low darts yesterday for Danny Lauby throwing for the 60. That is far better.
70. Kieran Carr, 71.
Disappointing return after what looked like a really inviting first start in the treble 20, but it's forward. It's double 10 again.
Getting shot on the third
Well,
leg, Kieran
might
Fall.
not have been double 10, but double 5
Fourth
came
leg
to the
Danny through
rescue.
first,
Forward
game on.
2-1 to the good.
Yeah, and there he is again doing what he did yesterday. It's hot on the stage. We are in the middle of a warm snap
39.
in the UK. And under those lights, you can sweat. And he likes to dry his barrels, dry his hands, pretty much every other
55.
visit. Yesterday, he was going over to the table, either having a drink of his water or drying the barrels. There we go. He drinks water now, so
60.
the next one, he'll go and dry his hands with the towel. And it might just be a habitual thing. We've seen players like Keanu Van Velzen do things like lift the tongue of his trainers and move his
99.
shirt and stuff like that. Just whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Yeah, and as you say, he's kind of in the early stages of his darting
41.
career. I think for some of us players who maybe have toured on things that were the BDO, now the WDF, you have to get used to playing in
43.
all kinds of situations in terms of the weather. I know Danny and I were over in Florida last year. That was warm,
100.
very warm indeed. But the one thing Danny did point out, in the US, they will keep the aircon on. That doesn't happen in the UK.
44.
Well, I spoke to referee Paul Hinks before, and he said, "Do you know what? It was hot up on that stage yesterday." Hinks, he did every game.
121.
There he is, the man himself, the legend that is Paul Hinks, who was so helpful yesterday that he was even acting as
One of them,
a dart
40.
retriever
Danny Carr,
for John Henderson,
140.
who has a bit of a bad back. And he said, "Hinks, if one drops on the floor, can you pick it up for me?" And he did. Very kind of him. Well, it's not a great visit from
28.
Danny Lauby.
Kieran
Doesn't
Carr,
take much of a chip
120.
out of that 140. Shanghai for Ford. Tops.
Getting shot
Great
on the fourth
shot.
leg, Kieran
Ton
Fall.
plus checkout. Gives him a 3-1
Fifth leg,
advantage.
Kieran to throw first.
Yeah, and it had the potential there to have been one of those matches that looked like it was going leg by leg, depending on who threw first. But it was a strong penultimate visit for
85.
Kieran Ford to leave the Shanghai. And it was a weak visit, unfortunately, for Danny Lauby.
100.
Just looking to just lift one over the top, and it's a
100.
good last start for Ford.
$60.
I think Kieran might be sensing an opportunity. There were a few emotions written on his face
95.
yesterday where he was living every dart. And some players kind of play down these campaigns. They know that
57.
there's another game round the corner so they can put things right. But we've seen how tight things can get. And he really was living every single leg won and lost.
91.
You can just tell he's desperate to get to Saturday night. Desperate.
And he's put himself in a really solid position overnight. And if he can pick up a
100.
win here,
Here
then
we
he'll
go,
go level on
130.
points for now with Ashley Coleman at the top of the table. I do understand, you know, this at the moment for Kieran has this feeling of every leg is going to count.
21.
It's all in his hands at the moment. If he can go through the card and maintain his position, he's through.
60. Kirika 109.
Just one treble needed for this. Well, still alive even after that single 5, but needed to pick
41.
off treble 18,
Danica 124.
which he can't do. Lauby will be hoping for at least a shot at the bull if he can get it. Might get better than that. It is the bullseye, and he misses it
82.
just left
Kirika
of the 25.
68.
So Kieran Ford back for the victory, 68 points. Double 16 to win it.
36. Danica 42.
Oh, match start come and gone for Kieran Ford. Danny Lauby now looking at double 16. Keep the match alive. Just the wrong side of the wire.
32.
For a convincing 4-1 win. Double 8.
16.
Well, that is now
Daniel
4
Carr,
mismatched
32.
darts for Kieran Ford. And if Danny Lauby wants to stay alive, has to hit this. Getting closer.
No score.
That's further away.
Kirika 16.
More chances incoming for Ford.
Getting shot in
I
the
didn't
mask
need
uniform.
any more opportunities. It is a 4-1 win for Kieran Ford to get all of Friday's action underway. And he now goes on to 8 points alongside Ashley Coleman. That there, the tail of the tape. A few missed doubles from both, but it proved to be more costly for Danny Lauby, where we will see Ashley Coleman coming up next, playing against Adam Mould.
Welcome back to Pluto TV, the home of the Modus Super Series, where every dart is live and free, and there are plenty more darts to be thrown here in Group C. 14 games. In fact, we've just seen the opener go the way of Kieran Ford, who swiftly dispatched Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1, and now we take a look at the group leader for the first time this afternoon. Ashley Coleman, top of the pile overnight with 4 wins from 5 games. The ADC qualifier, the Prince of Darkness, probably the most consistent player over yesterday. Man from Suffolk, still yet to turn 30, has been a runner-up in a week before. Adam Mould has won a week, but it was all the way back in Series 2, so he's overdue as far as he's concerned. He's also overdue a decent performance because, by his own admission, I don't think he felt yesterday was very good, yet he finds himself in 3rd position and within touching distance of Kieran Ford and Ashley Coleman, and he can suck Coleman back closer to him in this fight for Saturday night. If he can pick up a win over him this afternoon. So here we go then, Coleman. Oh,
20.
That's not a great start. But I was about to say you don't get much in the way of emotion from him, and even though he's lost a couple of darts to the floor, not a flicker of emotion on his face.
No, and for both these players, they would have just seen Kieran Ford just add to his points tally, move up to 8 points, stretch that distance that he's got over 3rd place Adam Mould. For Coleman as well, he's going to want
100.
to just re-establish a 2-point buffer at the top of the table. So I know we're in the early stages. You mentioned there are plenty more arrows to be thrown today, but already these
96.
early exchanges are feeling quite important as to how the table is going to look at the end of the day.
It's always interesting when you get to a Friday because you think, well, maybe I need a couple of games to settle
100.
in, but you should have done your settling yesterday, really. And if you can build yourself a platform, which Ashley Coleman has done, then it works in your favour when it comes to making it through to
131.
Saturday night. And Coleman is the sort of player that remembers every visit of every match. He's got that kind of brain
100.
where he'll remember his average, he'll remember the checkouts he took. To be fair, Scott Campbell's a little bit like that, and he's currently sat top of Group B.
140.
Well, it's Mould that has had the better start, but it's a
149.
great visit from
Undercard
Coleman to
95.
pile pressure on this 95. An early break opportunity for Mould. Single 20. Well, the treble leaves double 5.
$85.
Not to be for Adam Mould.
32.
And that whopping 149 setup shot has given Ash Coleman this opportunity.
24.
But he misses all 3.
Undercard 10.
And the break is still on for Adam Mould.
One for double 2 for an early breaker throw over the table topper, and it's a
I'll
couple
see
more
what
chances come and gone for Adam Mould.
Miles away,
Each
but
on
that's
the
in.
first leg, Ashley Coleman.
And Ashley Coleman is into the lead. And Adam Mould has missed
Second
a
leg
few
Adams
darts
is
there
the
for the
first.
break.
Game
Coleman
on.
with that big setup shot, missed 3 at 32, but does eventually win the leg.
Well, you say we don't normally see much emotion, but we had a little reaction, a little sigh of relief from Coleman at the
140.
end of that. I think Coleman's starting to learn where the cameras are.
He knows.
60.
He knows.
But when you're embroiled in a leg like that and you've just kind of survived to hold your throw, then ultimately, yeah, it's relief more than anything else.
100.
Adam Mould meditating. Meditation with Mouldy.
64.
Coming soon at the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV.
Yeah, he'll know
100.
how key an opportunity that was. An early break and then the opportunity to throw for a 2-0 lead. And as it stands, he's now just
81.
trying to level things up.
161.
Every leg, it counts the same, but some just feel more weighted than others.
136.
Well, he did go for it. Bullseye leaves him 25. Wasn't sure whether he would.
128. Abubakar 25.
Double 8. Double
Game
4
show on
is
the
found.
second leg, Adam Mould.
And if you want a response to missing a bunch of darts to
Third leg,
break,
Ashley to throw
then
first.
that's how you
Game
do
on.
it. 15 data from Mould makes it 1-1.
Yeah, and I wonder if Adam just went for that 161 on the ball, just wanted to
93.
try and find a little bit of a spark. As you say, it was a bit flat from him yesterday, couldn't quite pull out a top-end performance. But also, he probably felt quite comfortable that he had a bit of a
45.
buffer in the leg.
$125.
Something that Ash Coleman did really well yesterday is win a leg and kick off
60.
the next leg with a massive visit, whether that be a maximum or a 140. Immediately applying pressure to your opponent, especially after someone has missed important
140.
darts at double. Coleman might have swept in then and hit a big score at the start of the next leg. You're immediately putting your opponent on the back foot. That's something he was really good at yesterday.
140. Ashley Akar 143.
Well, down to a 3-dot finish after 9. Can't get the combination started, but Adam Mould
57.
not even at the halfway mark in this leg yet.
$100. Ashley Akar 86.
Frustration on the face of Mould. Finds the treble.
72. Abubakar 156.
Well, it's another missed dart at double in this match, but Coleman, you'd imagine, would get another chance. Yeah, difficult one, 156. Even though you're staying upstairs on the dartboard there,
60.
always
Ashley
difficult.
Akar 14.
Trying to force that 61st dart. Well, straight at double 7. Now is he going to split? Is it blocked a bit?
Getting shot
No,
the third
it's
leg,
not
Ashley
blocked.
Coleman.
He'll just move across and ping it.
Fourth
It's a
leg,
great
Adam
dart.
to throw first.
It's a 2-1
Game
lead.
on.
It's a great dart. It's a brave dart. I think many a player would have just switched with that second dart in hand because that was not easy.
100.
Yeah, nice shot, Ashley Coleman. Do wonder whether his eyes might have flickered across to the eastern side of the
81.
board for a second, but sometimes that clarity, that decisive nature of a player
134.
can be so important. Doesn't give you a chance to doubt yourself.
180.
Maximum for Coleman.
Yeah, first max of this afternoon session. And no
97.
surprise it goes to Ashley Coleman, our table topper.
100.
Just looking over the numbers for
Abubakar
Ashley yesterday
170.
as Adam looks at the 170. Well, it gets part 1 done.
Oh.
Can't find the second treble, so a chance here for Coleman. But yeah,
125.
Coleman's
Ashley
worst
Akar
performance came in his
140.
opening match despite losing it. Maybe this is the time you try and catch him.
120. Abubakar 45.
Double 16. Still room there. And it's
Getting
room
shot on
that
the
he
fourth leg,
finds.
Adam Mould.
And we find ourselves
Fifth leg,
level.
Ashley to throw first. Game on.
2 apiece. And Coleman was sat pretty on double 10. So it's an important closeout for Adam Mould.
44.
Yeah, and he knew how important that was. A bit of a reaction off the back of making it 2 apiece from Adam Mould.
45.
Yeah, you couldn't kind of get 2 more contrasting players in terms of how they react to either elation or disappointment.
180.
Max is in back-to-back legs now for Ash Coleman. And Mould has been forced to hit 2 15 darters to keep this game level.
100.
Yeah, he's been pretty good, hasn't he, when he's had the throw, when he's thrown first for a leg. And I just wonder how much he's going to rue
83.
those opportunities he missed in that opening leg to have broken early on.
$41.
That's going to hurt. Coleman will be down to a finish. But what kind of finish?
138.
Single to double the equation for the Prince of Darkness.
60.
It's another
Asuka,
treble-less
56.
turn from Adam Mould. Tops for 3-2.
Getting shown the fifth leg, Ashley Coleman.
Blink and you miss it kind of stuff
Sixth
from
leg, Adam
Ashley
to through
Coleman.
first. A game
Does
on.
have the advantage once again.
Yeah, it's a 15 darter for Coleman. Goes within one of the match. Adam Mould has been very good on throw.
131.
And yeah, starts off with a 2 treble visit.
93.
Does prefer tops over double 16. Ashley Coleman
85.
loves double 10 as well.
$100.
Perfect first start for Adam Mould, who's looking for his first maximum.
One of them, 40.
To settle for a 140. Does bring him down to a finish.
138.
How often do you see
Uppercut,
Ash Coleman do
145.
that? Really apply pressure. It is a 170 finish he's got left. Well, I think he was aiming for the bullseye there, and the reaction tells you everything you need to know. That shot of the dart 2 inches below the 25 tells you exactly what you need to know as well.
41. Asuka, 170.
Again. Not to be for Coleman. Isn't going to win it in style.
105. Adabika, 104.
Adam Mould, though, getting to must-hit territory. 104 required just to level it up once again to force the last leg decider. One dart is at tops, and that
Being shown the
is
sixth leg,
very
Adam
well
Mould.
executed. It's another 15
So the
darter
final
on
leg,
throw
actually, the
for
throw first,
Adam
game
Mould,
on.
and we do go the distance.
Well, this is very akin to
29.
what we saw from Adam Mould yesterday. Nowhere near his best, but grinding and finding a way. A 104 checkout against Ashley Coleman to take us to a last leg decider.
100.
Yeah, and it's a slow start from Coleman, just 29 points. And Adam Mould may have just wrestled away a little bit of an advantage if Coleman cannot find a big treble here.
60.
Well, both players knocking on the door of 90 when it comes to the averages, and that's because of those 15 darters. All of the legs that Mould has won have come in 15 darts.
44.
But Mould now looking to do what he hasn't been able to do so far this
100.
match, and that is to break Ashley Coleman. Had a chance in the very first leg. Looking to get a chance and actually execute it in leg number 7.
60.
That doesn't help.
$91.
Important last dart for Ashley Coleman. Mould has immediately eroded that cushion. Can he squeeze another one in there
95.
just underneath?
Yeah, not the return he was hoping for after finding a treble with the first dart.
100.
And that's a big last dart. Puts Ashley Coleman on a finish when he comes back to the oche.
$105. Asuka, 121.
61st. Oh no, he started 51. Okay, that's a surprise. Ashley Coleman
53.
is a 60
Uppercut,
merchant, but he's
97.
decided to start on the 17s there. 57 first is found. Tops for the match for Adam Mould. He's been second best in the game, you feel? Oh, it's a
87.
mile away.
Asuka,
Match starts
68.
missed for Mould. Double 16. And a
36.
match start missed for Ash Coleman as well.
10.
Well, in the eye test, Coleman has been the better player. Statistically, Mould has done plenty. A ton plus finish, a string of 15 darters, and now more match starts. One left at double 2.
6.
Still
Asuka,
not to be for Adam
32.
Mould.
Feels like a bit of a carbon copy of the opening leg for Adam Mould. Chances come and
He's
gone,
on the
and
match,
this time
Ashley
it's
Coleman.
punished by Ashley Coleman, who wins in a last leg decider, 4 legs to 3. Mould had darts to break in the first, darts to break in the 7th, but it's our table topper Ashley Coleman who reinstates a couple of points lead at the height of the table. That there, the tail of the tape, and you can see there were some doubling issues for Adam Mould despite the 104. But we're going to see Uriot take on Green in our next match. Match number 3, and we've already seen Kieran Ford win 4 legs to 1 over Danny Laube. Coleman coming through a last leg decider against Adam Mould to win 4 legs to 3. And now we get to see our first sightings of Steve Green and Uriot, Twan Uriot, the Dutchman, here on Friday morning. Uriot, 36-year-old, the Dutchman, here on debut. And we've seen kind of mixed performances from him, highlighted probably yesterday where he lost with a 65 and then came back, and hit a 93. Playing Steve Green, who's been a runner-up here previously, was a runner-up of the entire series, losing out to Jack Drayton in the final. Has won a week. But if he is going to make another weekly final, he really does have his work cut out, because he is cut adrift towards the tail end of the table. Their match yesterday, it was another one that went the distance, and it was Steve Green that got the better of Uriot in the end, 4 legs to 3. Pretty steady performance from both, and it's kind of what we've come to expect. But as mentioned, there have been some peaks and troughs from both these players, in fairness, across the last few days.
Yeah, we've seen some of the best and some of the worst stuff of the entire group from Tvan Uriot. Missed 20 darts at double in one match and averaged 65. The next match, he comes out and averages mid to high 90s for most of it and ends up at just a bit above 93 in a convincing win. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag for Tvan, who we haven't seen a great deal of, as qualified as the ADC qualifier from Europe, but has played in the WDF system at the Dutch Open
100.
in the past. That was in 2023. Reached the last 32. So he's clearly got game. It's just how consistent can he be
45.
today? How much of a problem can he be for the likes of Mould and Ford and tabletopper Coleman? He's got Steve Green in his way. And Steve Green is someone who, as you rightly said, has been all the way to a series final of the last series. And it's potentially the greatest final we've ever seen here at the Live Lounge. Jack Drayton ended up winning it, having missed, I think,
45.
8 match darts for the title. Green got 1, came from 3-0 down to level it at 3-3, and got a dart at tops in the last leg decider. But we haven't seen the best of him.
44. Tanya Carwood and 52.
Won't do 152.
I do wonder, when someone's had so much success, recent
60.
success
Steve
as well, when you
Carwood
come
and
back
60.
into that venue, you will get a good feeling when you come in. But then if you're caught out and you're on the back foot, which Steve Green was from the very start, does that pressure just feel that little bit more amplified, because you know what you can do, and you're desperate to get back to a position of trying to do, trying to go one step further in a series final.
52. Sivakar 60.
Safe 20 needed here for tops.
20. Tanya Car 40.
Well, Uriot thrown at the same target. In the
Each
corner,
on
a double
first leg,
10.
Twan Uriot. Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. $45.
Slow start to leg 2 for Steve Green, just opens the way slightly for Uriot if he can find a treble. Just well with that second dart,
66.
but overcompensates with the third.
$180.
180 for Steve Green. Hit a couple of blind 180s in that series final against Jack Drayton.
60.
He felt that the title was gone. He went back-to-back blind 180s and then hit double 18 first dart. 7 perfect darts, 3 of them, well, 2 of them, without looking.
45.
Isn't it amazing how often you see it, that you have a player that thinks that they're down and out in a match, and then they end up relaxing and then producing some of the best darts that they've done throughout the entirety of a tournament.
84.
I asked him about this earlier on, and I said, when did you start believing? And he said, to tell you the truth, Niall, I never really did believe, even when I got that opportunity at tops.
95.
He said that he kind of relaxed into his game. The pressure of the final was gone because he was 3-0 down, and he thought, well, Jack's going to win the title.
100.
But credit to
Supercar
him.
136.
Showed some real grit in that final, and he's going to need to do the same again in this Group C campaign if he's going to have any chance of qualification.
96.
He's not a stranger to qualifying through a Group C route, but he hasn't made the strongest of starts. You wonder if just too much damage was done yesterday. Well, that does remain to be seen because there's
65.
plenty more
Supercar
games to go.
40. $20. Tanya Car 126.
Well, that match start in the series final for Steve Green was at tops. Missed it inside, and in the end, didn't get another go.
54. Supercar 20.
He would have loved to go at double 10 that day. He's got double 10 in his sights now. Now back upstairs to double 5.
Getting shot on the second leg, Steve Green.
Sneaks it in just under that top
Third
wire.
leg, 20 through first. Game on.
But you do feel that some improvement on the outer ring is required for Steve Green. He's 1 from 8. And that double 5, yes, it went in, but it wasn't overly
100.
convincing. It had to take a bit of a deflection.
That's the thing when throwing for those high doubles. Any player that has
96.
a relatively flat angle of entry, it's great when you're throwing for trebles and you're below because you can stack on top. But the problem is you miss inside on a double, you're going to have to throw for a
58.
different target. So if you miss above on the top wire on 5s or double top, then actually it can be more awkward than it looks. Because sometimes you just have to try and smuggle a way through.
100.
Yeah, it's probably one element I've never really considered, but players, I guess Daryl Gurney does it when he's got 60 left, is actually
140.
purposely trying to get your dart to land in a certain angle. I mean, I find it hard enough just to land it in the right segment at times at the moment, but it is something, you know, we talk about these micro changes that players can make to
81.
improve their game, and they are very small now because of the standard of darts, but perhaps this is an area that's going to get more and more popular, that people try and change the angle of their darts to make it,
95.
just make sure they've got more opportunity at a clear target.
I think there's pros and cons to it on both sides, because if you throw a flat dart like Steve Green does, it's fine when you're throwing for doubles down the bottom of the board
96.
because you've not got a
Tanya
dart
Car
sticking up in your way.
108.
It's the opposite at the top of the board. Swings and roundabouts, you might say.
92. Supercar 128.
To the 18s. That leaves 95, so it might be downstairs for the 19s potentially. Yeah.
52. Tanya Car 16.
Double 8 for the Dutchman.
Getting shot on the third leg, Twan Uriah.
Again, it's in the corner, but all that matters is
Fourth
that
leg,
it
Steve
is
to throw
in.
first. Game on.
It's a 2-1 lead for Tafan Uriah.
Antoine's finishing up at 50% at the moment, 2 from 4, but the important stat is that he has been visit perfect. Every time he's had a chance, he hasn't let Green back to the board.
Does throw that heavy dart, Tafan Uriah, 26 grams.
40.
This is something we picked up on yesterday. The
81.
point penetrates the board all the way up to the knuckle of the barrel.
$85.
Let's just take a look on this next visit and you'll see what I mean.
$93.
Well, not so much on that occasion, but yesterday there were times where the dart was almost going through the board. That's how far in it was.
$85.
He does have a very direct and very kind of quite
96.
a simple action in terms of how he throws it, but he does throw it with some force behind it.
$60.
Just looking at the points on Steve Green's darts, they're quite long as well.
It's something
89.
that makes so much sense. Having longer points, it gives you more room inside any particular treble that you're aiming for to try and squeeze more darts in there. The one thing that surprises me is why has it taken until 2020? 5, 6, whenever. I know we've had long points for a while now, but why has it taken so long for it to become a thing, a popular thing? It just makes complete sense. Why don't we think of this 25 years ago?
Stevie Carr, 135.
Treble 20. I would have left the ball, so Uriot, a long range
63.
finish to try and break Steve Green.
Treble 10.
83.
Well, might need to come back for another big 15 if he gets a shot.
Stevie Carr, 72.
Yeah, there's definitely pressure applied to this finish. Another one of those for tops.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Steve Green.
Bit of emotion from Steve Green.
Fifth leg, 200 through first. Game on.
You don't see that too often from Steve Green, and I wonder if this is now a reaction based on the fact that this is the last chance that he has with any opportunity to make it through to a Friday.
81.
I was here when he came on debut. He was in Group A and he came as a real outsider. No one really knew what to expect. We hadn't seen him on the WDF circuit
100.
at all. Hadn't really played in too much stuff that we could go on the internet and kind of try and find. And he absolutely blitzed Group A. Won the group.
180.
Well, he's a Welshman, but he's based in the northwest. Plays county darts for Lancashire, which is incidentally where he met Jack
100.
Drayton, his opponent in that series final of Series 13, playing county darts for Lancs. I think the fascinating thing is he won the opportunity
100.
to get into Champions Week in the very first week of the series and had to wait 11 subsequent weeks, almost 3 months, before getting the chance to return. And he would have been watching all
26.
of the names, winning every single respective week after him, and seeing who he would have been up against. And he almost got the
60.
job done and went the distance and won the whole series.
He's definitely got his work cut out here, because after that little burst of emotion, he's
57.
just on the back foot once again against Uriot.
$26.
It's a really bad attempt at 80. Really bad. But he's got the insurance of Steve Green being on 218 and no threat to him in this visit.
100.
It'll be a threat to him now if he misses this. Tops.
Getting shown the fifth leg, Trent Uriot.
Yeah, very much
6
like
Steve
our
through
previous
first.
match
Game
between
on.
Coleman and Mould. Neither player able to find a breaker throw. If that is a trend that continues, it would be Uriot that wins. But Steve Green here, well, he has to try and force that last leg decider.
Well, you were at the
43.
O2 Arena last night, Laura, covering the Premier League darts finals night. And speaking of going with throw and winning the bullseye, all of the
85.
matches went to, well, the two semi-finals went to last leg deciders. So You know, how important that can be in tight games. Sometimes that's the most important dart you throw, and it's not even part of the match.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it was an exceptional evening of darts. Every single leg that could have been played was played last night at the O2. And I guess it's no surprise that the two-time series champion, the only person to have won 2 series titles here in Luke Littler, picked up the title again, but boy, was he made to work for it.
Really was a spellbinding final.
95.
And it is a poignant
121.
observation that you make. We have a records board here in the commentary box of all of the stats. And Luke Littler's name is on it, understandably, but
85.
there are also players like Bo Greaves on there, and it just goes to show what the Modus Super Series can do for players in terms of progressing
39.
their careers.
Supercar 138.
Yeah, I think regardless of where you are actually in your career, the Modus Super Series offers something different for everyone in terms of their darting ambition. It can give the likes of Kieran Ford, for example, experience of playing on a stage in front of cameras. And for other players that perhaps are at the tail end of their career, it still gives them the opportunity to play at such a high competitive level.
100. Supercar 38.
He's going to split this. Double 14.
Getting shown the 6.
Always the right decision to split when it goes in. Always the wrong decision when you miss. Thankfully for Green, it was the right choice. And he levels this match as we go down the stretch and into a last leg decider.
Yeah, I'm sure he wasn't worried. He was kind of aiming for that wire between the 10 and the 6. But I would have imagined that the 6 was more the target for double 16. But yeah, no hesitation in terms of pin and double 14.
Just furthering our previous point.
60.
Fewest legs dropped in a day. Just a single leg lost by Tyler Thorpe. He's gone on to win a tour card.
81.
Tom Sykes, 30 matches in a row with maximums. He's gone on to win a tour card. Daryl Pilgrim's name is all over this Super Series records board in the commentary box. Of course, he's on the PDC tour now.
30.
And we've seen players be ultra successful here. Players like Derek Coulson, for example, went to Q School in January, missed
59.
out on a card by just one leg. And these opportunities at the Super Series are opportunities that weren't there even 10 years ago. As the game grows and develops,
93.
we get a chance to see players like Tvan Uriot, who is an ADC qualifier from the Netherlands that nobody knows a great deal about. Steve Green was in that position, as you mentioned
100.
earlier on, and he's made a bit of a name for himself because of what he's done on that stage.
Yeah, there's countless players that I think that have come here as relative unknowns,
100.
perhaps
Car 140.
known in their local area, but not wider afield. Tom Sykes is another one that pops to mind, to be fair.
120.
Fair enough. A 120 to leave yourself double 10. I'm not entirely sure he meant to do that, but he stayed straight, and that's all he needed to do to leave himself a shot for the match.
100. Car 20.
For a 4-3 win. He hit double 10 to win the first leg, and he hits it to win the last. And it's a big embrace between the two players, but it is Tvan Uriot, the Dutchman, who walks off the stage with the win, and it puts him on 6 points. That's still a couple of wins behind table topper Ashley Coleman and 2 points behind Kieran Ford in second, but it could prove to be a vital victory for the Dutchman, who is 57% on his doubles and wins by 4 legs to 3.
Well, our first round of 3 matches is complete, and it's Adam Mould and Kieran Ford back to the Oki. Adam Mould lost his opening match against Ashley Coleman in a last leg decider, whereas Kieran Ford made it pretty plain sailing in a 4-1 win over Danny Lauby.
First leg, Adam to throw first.
Adam Mould took on Ashley Coleman, who is at the top of the table. It felt like an important game for Mould just to keep his hopes alive to try and get into the top 2. Well, equally, he's facing Kieran Ford, who is sat above him in second place. And I think for Adam,
85.
this one has the same kind of feeling about it if he is to make it through to tomorrow's finals. A match yesterday where Adam Mould forced another last leg decider but lost to Ford 4 legs to 3. But the difference in this one, and if he can make the most of it, may come in handy because he does have the advantage
59.
of throwing first.
Is this going to be the game where Adam Mould plays well and wins? He's played
85.
poorly and won. He's played poorly and lost. Is he going to play like the Adam Mould we know?
41.
If that first visit is an indication, it'd suggest we might see another below par performance
95.
from Mouldy. And he must be so frustrated. Because he has fluctuated in his level, and he's fluctuated
84.
far from the level we know he can operate at. How annoying is that? Where even though you're still picking up results, which Mould has been, he's not playing very
99.
well by his own admission, by his own high standards. That starts to grate on you, doesn't it, as a dart player?
Yeah, ultimately when you're playing, you want to put in good performances, but the main thing is to win. So he'll be happy that he's picked up the wins that he actually
65.
has managed to get. However, you also know as a player, especially in a round robin format in a group like this, that if you continue playing subpar, then ultimately you're going to get found out. And I think that's where the main frustration comes. I mean,
167.
there were better signs in that opening match. It's the best average that we've seen from Adam Mould, who was looking at treble 19, and now the ball for a 167 to save this opening leg, and it's a good effort.
Kieran car 40.
Well, he's missed the ball on 2 big finishes today. 161 earlier on today. He went for it when I wasn't expecting him to. Misses it there.
No score.
Wrong double.
25.
Oh, look at him. You can barely believe it. Despair for Ford.
9. Kieran car
Despair for
40.
Mould.
Well, the only positive, I guess, for Ford is that he did bust on double 5. So resets to tops, now over to 10s, and they have
30.
been good to him, but not on this
Adam
occasion.
car
It's 6
16.
missed from Kieran Ford to find a breaker throw.
Eight.
This keeps happening to Adam Mould. And his irritation audible around the live lounge.
On the first leg, Kieran Ford.
And that will compound his misery. Kieran Ford takes it in the end and breaks the Mould throat. And it's not like he didn't have opportunities to hold.
Game on. $180.
And as Paul Hinks cries out the 180 call, it's going to be a bit of a dagger to the heart of Adam Mould.
$60.
Yeah, big reaction from Adam at the back of the stage, and that's just born out of frustration.
80.
Kieran Ford not only just breaking Adam Mould in terms of darts, but actually could be breaking the mould. You can see that kind of
39.
slight meltdown happening for Adam where things are not going well. And in terms of scoring, that hasn't necessarily always been the problem for Adam. It has
60.
really been at the back end of legs, and it's just, we're seeing it amplified. I mentioned his best average of Group C came in his first match today, averaging just in excess of 85, but that was including 10 darts missed at double, 4 of them for
41.
the match. Felt like a really important time to pause then.
We've seen it done. You wouldn't be the first, Kieran. You're not going to be the last.
I've done it.
One of
Get
them,
so
40.
in the zone. You feel so good.
Car,
I've definitely done it.
He'd feel good if he hits tops. Double 10.
45. $81.
Quite a lot of
Give me a
hearts
car,
on
10.
sleeves at the moment with these two. Double 2.
6. Adam the car, 140.
Well, these two have missed 17 darts in this match between them. This is only the second leg. Adam Mould puts an end to that
Game on the
nonsense.
second leg, Adam Mould. Third leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, if you can't take out a small number, you may as well pin a big one. 140 to level the match.
In fairness to Adam, I mean, one of the legs he picked up in that match against Ashley Coleman was a 104 finish. It feels a bit all or nothing. Probably best off having a combination finish as opposed to having 3 darts in hand.
40.
But again, this is only going to add to the frustration, especially if Adam comes out the wrong end of this match, because you can see exactly what he can do.
100.
But when you're missing what should be more straightforward opportunities, i.e. 3 darts in hand at a double, but you're taking out combination finishes like a 140 or 104, it just amplifies.
He did the same thing
134.
yesterday on 150. Took out the massive shot, having scrapped around and huffed and puffed on doubles for most
85.
of the afternoon.
$44. $100.
But Ford in a stronger position, unless Adam can find a 2 treble visit. Was a good start for Mould. Cannot back it up with
85.
another. And Ford 6 darts at least from 216.
$58. $96. Get in the car, 158. $58.
Leaves
Under
himself
car,
a straight ton.
102.
102 for Adam Mould. For back-to-back ton plus finishes. Double 16. Adam
on the
Mould
third
has
leg,
done it
Adam
again.
Mould. Fourth leg, Kieran to throw
He
first.
could barely
Game on.
win a leg, it felt like, across the course of the last 2 days with simple finishes. But when it comes to the big combos,
45.
he's managed to pick up another.
Yeah, 6 darts missed to have a hold in the opening leg for Adam Mould. And as you say, then perfection 140, 102, absolutely no issue whatsoever.
41.
We often say darts doesn't always tend to make sense, and this is a bit of a head scratcher.
$119.
I think he's surprised himself. Now, will it light a fire under him? That's the question. I've been
134.
asking all morning and all afternoon so far. Is this going to be the game where Adam Mould plays well? Does this count as playing well? It's a 75 average.
55.
2 ton plus checkouts in there. Scoring wise, it's not at the level we know he can produce. But again, sometimes it's about how it feels when you're walking
30.
off the stage rather than actually what the numbers say.
I think it's another match that's kind of summed up everything that we've seen so far. There are moments of brilliance.
134.
There are good talking points, but they're just not being combined and strung together for the entirety of a match.
$100. Get in your car, 148. $100.
Steady ton for Kieran Ford to leave himself on 48. Adam Mould will just try and apply any kind of pressure.
140. Get in your car, 48.
Well, when you're on 48, you should aim for the wire between 8 and 16. I don't know how he's ended up in
14.
double 7. I'm
Under
not sure
car,
he knows how
56.
he's ended up in double 7. Now, yesterday he had sweaty hands and he had a few grip issues, which was causing a few darts like that to slip. And it's contagious because Adam Mould has now missed the big target and slipped into the 7. What are you doing, he says.
$40. Get in your car, 34.
Can't rescue it.
But the lesser spotted double 17 is not a given. But he
Finish on the
does
fourth
find
by
it, does
Kieran
level
Ford.
up at 2-all. It's relief for Kieran Ford.
Fifth leg Adam did through first.
What a strange game.
on.
Have we reached that point in Group C where every leg is feeling a little bit nervy because
60.
it could send you one way or the other towards Saturday or further away from it?
And in fairness, I mean, we've talked about Adam Mould's finishing, but Kieran Ford in this match is 2 from 15. A lot of them coming in that opening
96.
leg, which he won. But he had chances in leg 2, missed 4 at the outer ring and missed 3 in the previous leg. So, yeah, it's edgy, it's nervy stuff from both. You mentioned previously, you know, they kind of wear their heart on their sleeves when they're playing. I get the feeling they're playing like if they lose this, they're not going to get through it. It has that. It feels like this game has a real weight on their shoulders in terms of their qualification.
140.
I get the sense that whoever wins, they'll both be going to the back room and saying to each other, well, that wasn't very good, was it, old chap? Or words to that effect.
I'd be going for a lie down,
80.
I think.
$101.
Mould also going to start on the 19s from 265.
Well, if the first one was awkward, that second one has made this feel almost impossible.
98. Get in your car, 164. $41. Out of the car, 167.
Well, he has already threatened the 167, but couldn't
57.
get the shot
Get in your car,
started off. So
123.
over to Ford for a 1-2-3.
Should get at least a shot at the bull.
98.
Oh, and he's so
Out
close
of the
as
car,
well.
110.
He thought it was in. Now it'd be typical Mouldy in this match to take out this for a third ton plus finish. It would be typical.
90. Get in your car, 25.
He fancied it as well. Over to Kieran. That's the single taken care of. And he
Each on
finds
the fifth
double
leg, Kieran
8-2.
Ford.
Breaks Mouldy.
Sixth leg, Kieran
He's
did
now
through
throwing
first.
for the match.
Game on.
And both these players are like they're playing with a kind of weight of the
44.
world on their shoulders. I get it. I've been in these kind of scenarios where you cannot see the kind of woods for the trees because you've just got you could.
60.
You're so hyper focused on just doing well, and I do genuinely believe there are players that can just try too hard. They tense up. Their arm becomes that little bit tense. I think perhaps that's what we were seeing from Ford when he's pulled into the 777. He's got the release wrong. There's tension, and I just feel this game, the pressure is building the longer it's going on.
85. $135.
I have this kind of, it's an unofficial list.
42.
People I'd like to play poker against, and I'm going to put these two right in there. I wouldn't want to play against Ashley Coleman. I wouldn't know what was
60.
going on in his hand, but ultimately these two, they give a lot away.
$100.
Yeah, if you're sat at home watching Pluto TV and indulging in this Group C action at the Modus Super Series, and you are a body language expert, I apologise, because it will be just like being at work.
$174. Kinuka
Brilliant
144.
set-up shot from Mould. Will be eyeing up that last leg decider, and he will get a shot at tops.
100. Kinuka 40.
Yeah, the 174, a visit that's come out of almost nowhere, but it has afforded this chance. It's really low. The first attempt, but a good adjustment with dart number 2, and we do once again go the distance. Third consecutive match in a row where we are looking at a last leg decider. Adam Mould, well, he was in the first last leg decider of the afternoon session, and he couldn't get through that one.
$66.
I don't know whether you'd call that a smile
45.
or a grimace on the face of Mould, but I think he's comes to that point where you think if you don't smile, you might just cry. It's such a hard sport, darts. There's no team to back you up. It is just you, your darts, and
100.
the stage.
Mould has the throw, so he has the advantage.
55.
And he can press home that advantage now with that trebleless visit from Kieran Ford. But before a dart was thrown in this last leg, I would have said toss a coin, because it has been very
59.
evenly matched. Both players poor on the outer ring. Both players similar in the averages. Arguably, Kieran Ford might feel that he's had the better of it just purely because Mould is needed to take back-to-back ton plus finishes in the middle of the match. 140 followed by the 102. Is there more magic left in Mould
60.
in this final leg?
Yeah, very little to split the two in the deciding leg.
One of
And
them,
Kieran
40.
has only faced one last leg decider so far in Group C, and it did come against Adam Mould, and it was Ford that got the better of him.
I think that just about sums things up.
72. Kinuka 136.
Well, he does recover. 60 leaves him 144. Well, it was a terrible visit apart from that last
82.
start, and it's
Abdul
now
Karim
given him an
44.
opportunity, a difficult one, but he has hit 2 ton plus shots already. Might he add another? No, just north of the 60 wire.
140. Kinuka 54.
Well, it's double 2 if he does come back. He's done it again. He's done it again, Kieran Ford. Double 13 left. Double 13 he finds, and you can see what it means to him. He disappeared from the camera. He sank to his knees. It's a group game in Group C, but it is the most important thing in Kieran Ford's life right about now. He squeezes past Adam Mould, who took out 2 ton plus checkouts, the 140 and the 102, during the middle portion of the match. Both players pretty poor on their doubles, but it's Ford who gets it done. The 2 players who occupy the bottom 2 spots in Group C up next for you here at the Modus Super Series. Remember, it's all about getting through this group so you can book your spot back here tomorrow. Saturday night is finals night, where players will duke it out for a spot in Champions Week and the honour of being crowned the Modus Super Series Series 14 champion. In Series 13, Steve Green booked his spot in Champions Week by winning the very first week of the series.
Game on.
He then had to wait to get his shot at glory. In the end, it wasn't to be for him. It's looking unlikely that he's going to get into another Saturday night. However, stranger things have happened. And up against the American, Danny Lauby, both players with a couple of wins to their name in this group so far, and
45.
it's been a scratchy week for Lauby, let's just say. Excuse me, gone on Sean Deitch. It's been a scratchy
100.
day and a scratchy week for Danny Lauby, let's just say.
You know how certain words can just have a bit of a double meaning, right?
60.
But you are right. It has been far from consistent, way off the levels that we have seen from Danny this week.
60.
And you know that sometimes in darts, in live sport, that just happens. And once you're in that kind of downward spiral, it's not always easy to get yourself out of it. And I wondered yesterday, because I caught a couple of the early
100.
games. Obviously, as you mentioned, I was out and about, but caught some of the early games, and I saw Dan win those first couple of matches and thought maybe this is the turnaround,
81.
but just found himself once again on the wrong end of a few results towards the tail end of the session.
I thought you were going to say you are right. You do sound like Sean Deitch.
You're not quite that. You're
60.
not quite there yet.
Yeah, I've got a bit of time to go. Need to eat a bit more gravel before I sound like Sean Deitch.
$60.
And I just wonder how much
125. Daniel Carr, 140.
that loss against Twan Uriet for Steve Green, how much that has hurt the confidence.
$100.
Well, that was close.
Steve Carr,
Close to busting
111.
the score completely.
Living on the edge a bit there. Tops for a 1-1-1.
91. Daniel Carr, 40.
Tops for a 1-0 lead. Double 5.
No score. Steve Carr, 20.
Ends up busting. So Steve Green on double 10 this time.
$15. Daniel Carr, 40.
Sluggish start to this one.
Game shot the first leg, Danny Lauby.
Oh, it's Danny Lauby that gets across
like
the
Steve
line
through
in
first.
the end.
Game on.
But finishing was a bit of a sticky point for Steve Green. He missed 7 at a double in his game against Uriot. Danny Lauby missed 6 himself.
45.
23 data for Danny Lauby. That's one way to make amends.
Easy. $86.
And Danny was
84.
4 perfect darts for the American.
$99. $59.
Well, in the leg that Steve Green threw first in, he really has found himself on the back foot.
78.
Just hoping that Lauby avoids the treble.
58.
Even switching to the 54, isn't able to find it. So it's 120 left for the American, but Steve Green, if he can pinch a treble.
59.
Well,
Daniel
that would
Carr,
have been his aim.
120.
comes up dry, so has a much trickier finish than what Lauby has. Double top.
Getting on the second leg, Danny Lauby.
120 found. It's
Third
the
leg, Danny
second
to
ton
through
20
first.
finish we've
Game
seen
on.
today. Danny Lauby adds his name to the list of ton toppers and goes 2-0 in front.
Yeah, the other 120 finish, that was hit by Kieran Ford against Danny Lauby.
140.
But this is looking better for Danny. That last leg found a maximum, found a 3-figure outshot. Kicks off leg 3 on throw with a 140.
100. $60. $43. 60. $45.
No.
Yeah, just waiting for both players to get going, Laura, aren't we? Really, it's a very...
Well, I was trying to do maths, which is why I was quiet for so long, because I've probably done this wrong anyway. But I get the sense
100.
that this is now at the point of must-win territory for one of these two players, because you've got Ashley Coleman and Kieran Ford on 10 points. They've still got to play each other. One of them will go on 12. Now, with the likes of Danny Lauby and Steve Green, they're on 4 points, but they've only got
81.
potentially
Daniel Carr 141.
another 6-8 points that they can add to their total. You just feel if they lose at this point, it's an almost impossible task because of the way the rest
89.
of the fixtures pan out.
I would be very surprised to see either of these two in Saturday. But if there's one thing we know about Steve Green, is he's not dead until he's dead. Tops with Danny Lauby. Well, it's kicked over a touch.
17. Stevie Carr 92.
$25 scored. That leaves 67, so to the 17 segment. And he finds the bull as well. 92 for Steve Green. We said he doesn't lie down.
Fourth leg Steve to throw first.
Is that the turning point in his group campaign?
Yeah, good finish for Green, because it wasn't the most straightforward of bullseyes to find. With that start in the 25, it could have proven to be a bit of a hindrance.
100.
To me, going the 25 route when you've got a finish from around 91 to 95,
100.
it almost feels a little bit old-fashioned to me now. I just think these certain finishes, you see a 1-3-4, it used to be kind of going for your treble 20s first. Now we look at players that go for treble 18, tops, and now you've either got treble 17, treble 17, double 16. So definitely different routes being taken.
I think it goes back to what you said earlier on, which is players now, as we see that green bullseye, are so confident throwing for trebles, and they're so used to throwing for trebles that they're happy to weave that into
100.
combination finishing. Whereas I think the play with the bullseye, the thinking years ago was it's safety first play. It's a bigger target to hit. Therefore, you're giving yourself percentage-wise more opportunities to go out. But these players are so good nowadays that the treble is just a stock shot for them. And so why not give it a go? And
97.
we also see with the young players coming through those kind of 130s finishes where you are looking at 51 tops on 131, for example, that I think we're seeing more of them than ever before.
140. Stevie Carr 104.
Yeah, for a game that is quite straightforward in terms of explaining it, you hit 501 points and finish on a double. I do think that, it's still ever evolving in terms of the way that players approach the game.
44. Daniel Carr 104. 80. Steve Carr 60.
To level this game, 20 for tops. There's the 20.
Daniel Carr 24.
Can't go between the posts. Over to the eastern side for Danny Lauby.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Danny Lauby.
Job done, and a breaker throw, and a 3-1
Danny
lead.
through first. Game on.
And Steve Green missing darts to level the match at 2 apiece. Now finds himself 2 legs behind.
Yes, Steve Green, you felt done quite a bit of the hard work by breaking Lauby
43.
to make it 2 legs to 1, but a couple of opportunities missed and punished by Danny Lauby.
100.
Yeah,
100.
Danny Lauby, very gifted musician, a drummer. It's amazing how many dart players, that when you start to get to meet them, have got these hidden talents. I think the one that pops to mind is like a Richie Housen who was here just a couple of, was it last week, week before? They merged into one.
Richie's good at everything, though.
I know.
He's good at darts, he's good at snooker, he's good at music.
He's an artist.
He's good at art. If there's anyone watching who knows Richie Housen, can you please message us and let us know something he isn't good at?
100.
It'll probably be something boring like he's not good at washing up.
52.
No, I get the impression he'll be proficient at that as well.
136.
Play
Danica,
by
126.
Steve Green. But a match-winning chance for Dan Lauby.
$101.
So close to winning the match
40.
on the bullseye. To keep this game alive.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Steve Green.
Really good second dart from Steve Green.
6 leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
It's 3-2 and a break back. Danny Lauby missing the bull for the match.
Well, barring that first leg, which Danny Lauby did manage to hold, despite Steve Green having a handful of
125.
darts at a double, every other leg has been a break of throw. I think that's when you know
91.
perhaps no one player is particularly dominating. It has been close. It's been a case of missed darts at double for both these players.
140.
Who's going to hit the next double? That's the question of this contest. If it's Steve
60.
Green, we go to another leg. If it's Danny Lauby, they walk off the stage and Lauby has the 2 points in his pocket.
Well, I'll be honest, looking at how today has gone so far, this is game number 5. 3 of the 4 games played have gone the distance. So I'm going Steve Green hits the next
122.
one, and then who knows what happens in the decider.
He might hit the next one in his next visit.
114.
Although Danny Lauby
114.
has hit a maximum to leave the maximum finish.
The 350 points in 6 starts.
74. Daniel Carr 170.
Misses tops to take it to a last leg decider. Can't follow with the second treble.
90. Steve Carr 40.
So a last leg decider looking likely. Steve Green, 3 darts at tops. Here's double of choice.
Game shown
And
at
that's
6.
the reason why. And for the 4th time today, we do go
So the
all
final
the
leg,
way.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
Round of applause for Laura, everyone. She was right. Last leg decider again.
100.
I'm going to ask them to clip that up and put it as a bit of a ringtone. I don't get she was right very often.
100.
Both players trade in tons.
60.
Treble-less turn for Danny.
Credit to them both, because it's
85.
slightly deceptive, because both players averaging around the mid-80s. There was a point after that first leg where it was a sub-70 average, but they've definitely upped the levels.
81. $55.
Just
60.
a solitary point prior to that throw from Danny Lauby separating the two.
Well, a couple of trebles from Steve Green. There's one.
100.
Just the one treble he gets in the end, but it's a ton which does get him down to a finish first.
One of them,
But
40.
Danny Lauby
Suzuka 161.
is on single to double. And so this now has to go. And it might. Treble 17, he was a long way away from it in the end. Would have been hoping for a chance at the bull to win it.
123. Danny Carr 60.
Tops for Danny Lauby. Well, over to double 10, and he can't get the adjustment
40.
right. It's just clipped
Steve
the
Carr
wire.
38.
Split last time, splitting this time. Double 16. And
22.
Steve Green misses
Danny Carr,
on the
20.
inside. Match starts missed all over the place in this group this afternoon.
Can Danny Lauby punish that miss from Green? Step back, it's double 5. It's not a given.
Game
But
shot on
Danny
match, Danny
Lauby does find it for a 4-3 win, our 4th consecutive last leg decider, and this time Danny Lauby on the right side of it. Commiserations to Steve Green, his 2nd time losing in that position. That there, the tail of the tape. There were missed doubles from both. There were good checkouts from both. But coming up next, we see the return of Ashley Coleman taking on Twan Urit.
If you want to see 7 legs of darts, you're in the right place. We've just seen another 4-3. This time, Danny Lauby, the victor over Steve Green. The second match in a row that Steve Green has been edged out in a last leg decider. Tvan Uriot was the other player, and that's who we see on the stage again now as he takes on the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, who is in command in terms of being top of the group and staring down a spot in Saturday night. Kieran Ford, though, is also
57
on 10 points, the same as Coleman. But if Coleman wins, he can stretch once again into that 2-point advantage.
96.
Over the last couple of days here at the Modus Super Series, it's been pretty plain sailing for Ash Coleman, but the job is not done yet.
Not quite.
125.
You just get the sense that despite having to survive that last leg decider against Adam Mould, that Ashley Coleman is still remaining that player that is more consistent at a better level.
45.
There hasn't been a great deal of wavering in terms of averages from Ashley Coleman. His lowest is still in excess of 81.5, but peaked at a 98 in a 4-1 win in this fixture yesterday.
Yeah, his best performance of the day yesterday by some margin. He's already thrown his first max down to a potential 2-darter after 12.
140. Asuka 94. $54. Twanuka 72.
Can't find the treble, but the single's okay because it leaves him tops.
32.
That's
Asuka
where
40.
Ash Coleman will be looking as well at the top of the board.
Getting shot the first leg, Ashley Coleman.
It's 1-0 to the Prince of Darkness.
Second leg, Twan to throw first. Game on.
And you have to give credit because Coleman, he hit that max and he does take it out in 17 in the end, but Uriot had darts himself to get the early break in 15.
$82.
Good switch, good cover play by Ash Coleman.
85. $83.
I've been impressed by the various shirt selections of Twan Uriot this week. We've seen some kind of
94.
very colourful versions of his shirt as well. I think there's quite a lot of a space theme going on from the ones that I've seen when I've been here.
134.
There's a lot of stars on that particular shirt.
You've ever had a dart shirt?
125.
I've never had a darts shirt. Do you know what? I'm going to get the ever-talented Richie Howson to stitch me one. He's going to crochet it and he's going to put some artistic
92.
designs on it.
Could you imagine a crochet dart shirt?
I could.
I mean, the temperature's quite warm here. I'd suggest not wearing it in this venue when you're playing.
10.
Unless it's ADC
50.
Antarctica, I don't think it's gonna do me any favours, is it? Double 16.
Getting shown the
One
second leg,
apiece.
Twan Uriot. Third leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
I take it if you were to have a dart shirt, it would have to be in a version of blue with no red inside.
83.
Is that about right?
I do not own anything red. The only red thing I own is this pen I have on the desk in front of me. I am that petty. I don't like red, and I despise
100.
red so much that I don't even throw for the treble 20.
That's your theory, or your excuse that you're sticking to.
Genuine
140.
reason.
43. 100.
Yeah, Ashley Coleman does not hang about when he gets up to the oche. We've got a few fast throwers in the field. Tommy Morris being one of them, already through to finals night in emphatic
46.
style.
Well, Tommy the Gun, and I spoke to Scott Campbell yesterday, and he said to me, if I get through to Saturday night, I hope Tommy the Gun has run out of bullets by the time he gets to
41.
Saturday, because he was emphatic in Group A, a record-breaking Group A campaign to book his spot back here tomorrow.
96.
But that weekly
Ashley
title
Carr,
has
137.
eluded Tommy for some time. But you have to say, from what you've seen this week, you know, I've never seen him here at the Live Lounge playing
59.
quite so well.
I think he's playing the best darts you've ever seen him play. I think that's just not just here at the Super Series. I think that's across everything. He's been playing Pro Tour stuff as a top-up player. Of course, Challenge Tour, he's doing well on that as well.
78.
Double 12.
54.
2 on the
20 car,
wire
116.
for Ash Coleman. Can Tvan sting him with a ton plus finish? Tops he needs.
76. Ashley Carr, 24. Getting shot the third leg, Ashley Coleman. Fourth leg, Twan to throw first.
Well, on both
Game
the
on.
legs that Ashley Coleman has won, Twan Uriot has had a solitary dart in both legs to find a breaker throw.
One of them,
And if you say in
40.
the context of a match, yeah, you've missed 2 darts at a double. It doesn't feel like the end of the world. However, again, it's the fine margins
57.
these players are working to. If you're going to win these kind of matches, you need to take those chances.
100.
Coleman isn't just quick throwing, he kind of shuffles up to, the,
121.
up to the board and retrieves his darts pretty quickly as well.
$60.
When you are a player, and don't get me wrong, Uriot is by no means a slow-paced player, but when you're playing someone who does throw as fast as this and as accurate as this, you have to be careful not to get wrapped up in their rhythm.
100. Ashley Carr, 143.
Could be a Saturday night full of
59.
speedsters.
Twan Carr, 101.
Well, it's not the worst miss.
Ashley Carr, 84.
And Coleman needs this 84. 2 darts at double. 1 at double 6.
Getting shot on the fourth
That
leg,
is all
Ashley
he
Coleman.
needs. Misses the double 12, but swiftly
Fifth leg, Ashley
dispatches
to
the
throw
double
first.
6.
Game on.
That's a 3-1 lead, and Coleman is getting closer and closer to returning back here tomorrow.
59.
Best leg of this contest so far, 1 in 15 darts. But Uriot has always been there
40.
or thereabouts if Coleman was to miss. The problem is he's not missing very much.
95.
Averaging above 90, Tvan Uriot.
$100.
Have seen him average 93 and a bit
125.
in this group campaign. We've also seen him average almost 30 points fewer than that.
57.
Hasn't had that one real bad display so far today.
81.
That was kind of the bane of him yesterday, that one horror performance where he just couldn't hit a thing.
100.
That hasn't reared its
Carr,
ugly head so
141.
far this afternoon.
Well, the 141 no longer on for the match.
53. Car
Here you
104.
feel may need to pin this 104 to extend the match. Needs the treble 20. It's a well thrown dart, but just the wrong side of the wire.
56. Car 88. $54. Car 48.
Match start missed by Coleman at the bullseye. He's left on a double if he comes back. But he doesn't return as Uriat cleans up.
6 leg 20 through first.
3-2, and he's still clinging on.
Clinging on, and more importantly, is put everything back on track in terms of who throws first, because he has got the chance to force another last leg
60.
decider. But I think this goes back to what we were talking about at the very top of the
86.
show, is that it hadn't felt that, other than Ashley Coleman to an extent, anyone had really taken a hold of this group. No one's
60.
been able to replicate and just reproduce consistent performances.
I mean, the closest is Kieran Ford, and that's
45.
because he's the closest in points. But even Kieran, it feels like he hasn't quite got everything together. He's just about done enough.
100.
Coleman has been the most consistent, unquestionably.
100. $134.
Mind you, there's not a lot in this.
Needs a big treble. Using the length of the oki.
60. Car
Not even sure how he
147.
got it above the two that were already in the board.
$60. $140. Car 87.
One dart. Will be one dart. At the bull, and it's all he needs as well.
So the final
Big
leg,
moment
Ashley
in the
through
match, because
first.
it takes
Game
us
on.
to a last leg decider. Uriat hones in on the centre, and we go down the stretch.
57.
Yeah, impressive from Uriat, just keeping everything together. A big reaction from the Dutchman.
$59.
It might not be the dizzy heights of a 170 or 167 finish, but equally just as impressive when you finish on the bullseye, especially under that
140.
kind of pressure. It felt like it was it had to go.
They always feel bigger and a little bit better on the bull.
134.
I think when you can pin the bullseye, especially if your opponent is on a finish,
100.
it's, you know that saying, it's the hope that kills you. I think it hasn't. If you're stood in the background, then you see your opponents on ball, you expect 9 times out of 10 to come
98.
back to the oki. So if you can shut them down, it does give you that feel good feeling.
140.
There are some players who you almost dread them getting a look at the bullseye, though. I can think of a few. Some of the elite players we've seen where they make the
56.
bull look absolutely
Car
massive,
64.
like a dinner plate. Match starts. Miles away, but
Game
bang
showing
on
match,
from Ashley Coleman. And he's banging form. And there's a glint of a smile on his face because he knows that's an important 2 points that all but secures his spot in Saturday night. That's why he's smiling. The Prince of Darkness, you are more than likely to see him back here tomorrow night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's another last leg decider in Group C, and Ash Coleman wins it. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're in the midst of Group C action, and Saturday night is in the sights of Ash Coleman. Will he be joined by Kieran Ford, or will he be joined by another player from the pack? We will wait and see. Well, it was Ash Coleman who managed to get the job done against Adam Mould, survived match starts. Tvan Uriot edged out Steve Green 4-3 in the last leg decider. We then saw another 4-3, a dramatic 4-3, where both players kept on missing. There were 2 ton plus finishes for Adam Mould in the match against Ford, but he couldn't win it as Ford took it 4-3. And then another last leg decider as Danny Lauby this time, who had earlier missed match darts, did edge out Steve Green. And then Ashley Coleman, as we say, top of the pile and a winner again in a last leg decider again, this time against Tvan Uriot. So here is confirmation of those results. And look at those 4-3s. Only the first game being won away from a last leg decider. Kieran Ford beating Danny Lauby 4-1, and the rest have all gone the distance. What does that mean for the standings then? Well, it means that Ashley Coleman, with 6 wins from 7, is only a couple of steps away from Saturday night and returning back here tomorrow to the live lounge. He's on 12 points. Kieran Ford not far behind, 5 wins from his 7 games. And Tvan Uriot, Danny Lauby level on 6, with Adam Mould and Steve Green bringing up the rear on 4 points. And it is those 2 players at the back of the pack that we see next. It is Adam Mould against Steve Green, 2 players who have not been at their best, it's fair to say. There has been frustration, disappointment, anger, delight, many different emotions expressed on the features of Adam Mould this afternoon. As for Steve Green, he normally remains pretty level when it comes to how expressive he is on the oche.
First leg,
But
Steve
he
to
will
throw
know
first.
he's not performed at his
Game on.
best. How do we see this one unfolding? I guess if we're going to go to type, Laura, it's probably going to finish 4-3.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But I was just having a look at the table, and Adam Mould,
57.
he sat in 5th. We've said obviously he's got those 2 wins under his belt, but he's actually got a positive leg difference. Tvan Uriot, for example, is in 3rd position on 6 points. He's -3. Danny Lauby, he's in 4th. He's -8. But Adam Mould is +1, despite only having those 2 wins, which just indicates that he's managed to fight
95.
his way to several last leg deciders, but just been the wrong side of them. Well, for both these players, this game and then 2 more still to come. 6 points still up for grabs, but ultimately that would only put them level with Kieran Ford on 10 points. So you feel for these 2, it may just be a step too far in terms of making it through to finals night. But whoever wins this match will still just have a slight glimmer of hope.
$99.
It is currently school holidays for the children here in the UK, and I believe these 2 players have got their families with them down on the south coast.
80.
And so if they don't make it through to Saturday night, they do have the luxury of a spring weekend in Portsmouth.
150. See the car 144.
Double 12.
132. Out of the car 32.
No dice for Steve Green. Well, how much of double 8 has he obscured? Enough to make that more
16.
challenging.
See the car 12.
Yeah, that theme of missing darts at double with 3 in hand goes on for Adam Mould. But that's a way off, and now right at the basement of the board. Double 3.
6. Out of the car 16. No score. Steve Yucar, 6.
Well, this is a pattern that keeps on continuing, and it's an unwanted habit for Adam Mould. He's laughing because there's that saying, if you don't laugh, you might cry, and I think that's how he's probably feeling with how things have been going on the outer ring.
4.
Steve
Adam
Green
Yucar,
nudges
16.
the wire. More opportunities for Mould, a third visit to win this leg.
Wow.
No score. Steve Yucar, 2.
That is 9 darts missed for Adam Mould in the opening leg.
Game shown
And
the first
Steve
leg,
Green
Steve Green.
punishes. This almost feels like a bit of a carbon
leg, Adam,
copy
through
of
first.
the opening
Game
leg
on.
between Adam Mould and Kieran Ford. Mouldy missed 6 darts in his previous game in the opening leg. Lost it.
57.
Missed 9 on this occasion. And I think the more frustrating point will be for Adam Mould that actually up to going for the double. His scoring was there, his setup was beautiful at a 150. And yeah, it's just pain on the face of Adam Mould.
Do join us in the next leg for the latest episode of What Face is Adam Mould going to pull next?
I'm still waiting to see and quite intrigued by the Mouldy Does Meditation VT that you kind of put forward earlier.
55.
Yeah, on that particular occasion, it looked like he was just content with what was going on.
96.
It's like the 7 stages of Modus Super Series darts. He's gone through all of the emotions.
I think we're
132.
far from content, but as dart players, we do try and convince ourselves that the situation is not quite what it seems.
Maybe content should be replaced
100.
by acceptance. Acceptance that things are not going very well.
Say once again, the scoring phase has not been too bad for Adam Mould. He's down to a 3-dart finish
94.
after
Adam Yucar,
just 12
108.
darts. But these were the shots that he was taking in his previous match. Wouldn't be able to finish with darts straight out of double. But 2 ton-plus
48.
checkouts, including a 140
Civica
against
80.
Ford.
Tops? No, treble 20. You just never know with Steve Green.
60. Adam Yucar, 60.
Well, very close to that treble 20 with the first,
from the
but
second leg,
it did
Adam Mould.
leave a lot of space. He could see the top
Third leg,
target.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Not a tactic that I'd recommend employing. Was that like a kind of a bit of a mini Barney celebration? Is he stretching?
140.
The Angel of the North impression?
No, I think this is an expansion of the
100.
Mould meditation. He's moved into Pilates, I think, now.
Some warm-up stretching.
$93. $140.
Yeah. Raymold van Barneveld.
$92.
Or potentially he's just reached the point where he wants aliens to abduct him and take him away.
We do play in a church. You may be looking for a bit of divine intervention.
39.
It is curious what you say about him having a positive leg difference. I mean, he's clinging on. It's +1.
100.
But he's won 23 legs. That's as many as Kieran Ford has won. It's only 4 fewer than Ashley Coleman, and Ashley Coleman has only lost 1 match. It's the curious case of Adam Mould.
100, Supercar 76.
He likes this jack out.
56.
Doesn't get it this time,
Adam
but 76 is one that
122.
has good enough memories for Steve Green.
Still on. Needs the treble 20, but yeah, a bit of a wild attempt.
37.
Back over to
Supercar
Steve
20.
Green. Double 10.
Ten. Car 85.
Treble 15 is found. Tops for Adam Mould. Now he's looking at the double 10 target.
75. Supercar 10.
Like Steve Green goes the wrong side.
Both players have had at least 3 handfuls at double in this match. Is the missing going to continue? No.
Getting shown the third leg, Steve Green.
Brings that leg to a close. Gives
Fourth
himself
leg
a
Adam to
2-1
throw
lead.
first. Game on. $11.
Yeah, but this is what Adam cannot afford to do. I mean, he can't even look at that point. But what he can't afford to do is the one thing that is still keeping him in these matches is the scoring.
93.
But kicking off with just 11 points just opens the door straight away for Steve Green.
100. $60.
I'm having just as much fun watching Adam Mould's antics at the back of the stage than I am actually watching this match when he's throwing darts.
59.
Well, as the days progressed, I think, you know, the reactions have escalated with it.
100.
No such theatrics from Steve Green at the back of the stage.
100.
All full of focus.
Well, he can't follow it, but that first dart is almost the perfect
140.
first dart for Steve Green when throwing for treble 20. Does end up being a 2 treble turn. The 140 leaves him 108.
Mould now needs a treble, though, to leave
81.
himself on something. That's a
Supercar
big pick-off with the
108.
last dart if he gets to come back to the hockey. He's had this finish already in Group C.
Single for double. Just sneaks the single.
90. Car 150.
And Mould, who hit this 150 yesterday on the 19s route. Do it again? No, he can't. Now, the awkward
59.
doubles Steve Green has
Supercar
tended to
18.
split. What's his thinking with double 9? Straight
Getting shown
for
the
it,
fourth leg,
straight
Steve
in it.
Green.
And into the 3-1 advantage he
Deflect Steve to
goes.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, as mentioned, both these players got a couple of games left to come. Adam Mould will face
135.
both Uriot and will play the last match against Lauby. I'm putting it out because I'm wondering what more expressions we're going to get from him as it goes on.
He looks like he's doing a minute's silence
95.
before the FA Cup final.
44.
He's just inspecting his hands to make sure they actually are his fingers and not someone else's, because he might have felt like that at times this week.
100. $45.
Adam Mould with work to do, but that could be a bit of an opening in this fifth leg.
99.
And for all of the humour that we've had from his expressions on the stage, Adam Mould is a great dart player. I think that shouldn't be lost in and amongst all of the jest. He is a fantastic dart player, and
59.
he knows how good he is and how good he can be. The frustrating thing is when you know you've got levels inside of you and it's just not coming to fruition, it's not coming to the surface. It leads you to start
137.
asking questions, and then the doubt creeps in, and then maybe you start changing things that you don't need to change. Darts is a strange game where sometimes it can just be not your day. You're just not on it. There are other times where you are on it and you end up well beaten.
54.
Mould is kind of in this weird
70.
no man's land. He's in this purgatory where he's playing okay but losing, playing terribly but winning, and you don't really know what you're going to get from him.
Game shot of the
I'll tell you
fifth
what you got
leg.
there. You got a
Adam
15
Mould.
dart breaker throw, and that goes to exactly
6
what
leg
you were
Adam
just
to throw
saying.
first. Game on.
I think the head scratcher for me was that previous match as well, when he was playing Kieran Ford. Well, actually, it might have been the Ashley Coleman game now, but every leg that was won in
100.
15 darts. But then the other legs just wasn't able to be competitive enough to stay in. So it's the consistency within a match. And sometimes you'll find that certain players, they'll have a fantastic
131.
game, but then can't back it up. But they will have that high-level game. And I guess it's what you keep asking, is this going to be the game where it all comes together?
$44. $140.
Well, despite Mould finding that breaker throw, it's Green in the ascendancy here, racing towards the finish line. Wouldn't feel right if it didn't
96.
go 4-3.
Yeah, one thing Steve Green has had is a couple more two treble turns on the 19s. They've both traded 4 140s apiece. Steve
100.
Green has just edged it in the scoring, but like you just mentioned, Adam Mould can produce a 15 darter. We've seen him do it multiple times today alone. He's already done it in this match. But then it all kind of
57.
disappears again.
Civicar 130.
Comes and goes in waves. To win it brilliantly.
114.
Double 8 was the target.
But Adam Mould was not able to leave himself on a finish. He will be on one now. He will pressurise this double 8.
140. Civicar 16. Getting shot in the match.
And Steve Green sees off Adam Mould by 4 legs to 2. The curious case of Adam Mould rumbles on, but it's a much needed tonic for Steve Green. It's a win which lifts him away from the bottom of the group and into the mid-range region. He's on 6 points with 3 wins from his group campaign so far. He takes it, and next up, Van Uriot plays Danny Lauby. Welcome back. This is Pluto TV, the home of the Modus Super Series. The Modus Super Series.
You're going to say Modus.
Adam Modus, the Modus Super Series. Well, we've certainly enjoyed watching Adam, even though he hasn't enjoyed probably playing over the last couple of hours. This fella has, Ash Coleman. He's enjoyed playing everyone.
First side, Kieran to throw
after
first.
losing his first game of the group yesterday, he's gone on and won every single subsequent match. 6 wins from 7 puts him top of the group, but this is a clash of first against second
30.
in the group. And Kieran Ford, despite all of our comments about Ashley Coleman being consistent, can actually,
48.
if he beats Coleman, go level on points with him at the top of the group.
Yeah, I feel like this game in particular has just got big ramifications for the
25.
table. A win for Ashley Coleman, then he knows he's going through to Saturday night. Whereas what it will do for Kieran Ford, I think it will make positions 3 and 4,
78.
which is Uriah and Dan Lauby. I think for them, perhaps they're going to think, right, okay, I've got a chance of taking that
60.
second spot. Their tails will be up because they play each other next. So they know that they can bring themselves potentially within 2 points of second place. So there's
41.
quite a lot resting on this game, not just for the two involved, but for the couple that are chasing as well.
40.
This game yesterday, it was a relatively straightforward win
100.
for the Prince of Darkness. Ashley Coleman winning 4 legs to 1.
$47.
Coleman has been so businesslike over the last couple of days. Can he continue in that vein? See off Kieran
98.
Ford. Now, if there's one weakness that Ford has had, is he's missed some key doubles at key times. So have some of the
139.
opponents that he's
Africa,
faced
136.
missed key doubles in important legs. Coleman has not been doing too much of that across his campaign.
96. Kieran your car 160.
Coleman waiting on tops as the 160 combination does not get started
100.
for Ford.
Ashley car 40. Getting shot the first leg, Ashley Coleman.
There we have more evidence of it. Ashley Coleman not
Second leg, Ashley
missing
to throw
at
first.
the key
Game
time.
on.
I guess my only concern, having observed Ford today,
100.
you can see how solid a player he has, a real straightforward action, very direct to the board. But the reactions
95.
from him, if the pressure starts to build as the rest of the fixtures start to play out, it's how you hold yourself together in a different kind of pressure.
59.
One thing, match pressure, but two things. You can see almost with every single dart thrown how much Ford wants to make it through to the finals.
Well, we're getting to the point where leg difference is going to come into play. And
50.
I'm once again going to steal a line from our friend Keegan Brown. Afternoon, Keegan, if you are watching.
57.
He has this lovely little saying, which is, in this format, win big, lose small. If you're going to win, try and win by as
97.
many clear legs as you can. If you're going to lose, try and get as close to your opponent as possible, because sometimes losing 4-3 can be the difference between you going through
95.
and you going out. That's how close it can get. And so every leg will be contested with that mentality,
125.
particularly by Kieran Ford. He seems to have been living that from the very first dart thrown in this group.
140, Kirika 134.
Once again, Ford first down to a finish, first chance, but it's long range and Coleman sat on a 2-dart potential out when he comes back.
70, Asuka 50. Game shown the second leg, Ashley
Tidies
Coleman.
up the 50.
Third leg Kieran to
And
throw
on
first.
his own
Game
throw
on.
is able to hold. Gives himself a 2-0 lead.
60.
Ford with a bit of work to do.
78.
But after that first start, Coleman not able to make the most of a little bit of door opening that Coleman is that Ford is doing here.
$57.
Well, what Kieran needs to do is get himself a chance. He hasn't had a dart double yet. Coleman has been down quicker.
100.
He's had 4 opportunities and struck twice.
$100.
That is the perfect lie in terms of first starts for Ford.
100.
Well, Ford has been down to a finish first in this match. He just hasn't been down to a double first.
58.
Yeah, right plan, but not the right execution there for Ashley Coleman in terms of getting down to a finish. So it'll be Ford, the
60.
third consecutive leg, finds himself on a finish first.
That's what Coleman does.
Kirika 137.
You think you've got away from him, and then he jumps on you.
$121. Asuka 80. $60.
Tops missed by
Kirika
Coleman.
16.
Door open for Ford.
His first chance at seeing outer leg. And needs to work his way in on
No score.
the other late, and it's
Asuka
not going
20.
to go, and it's a head and hands moment for Kieran Ford.
And that's what I was talking about. Key doubles at key times for Kieran Ford. Because Ashley Coleman
Game
has
shown
been
the third
hitting
leg,
key
Ashley
doubles
Coleman.
at key times.
Fourth leg
And he
Ashley to
hits
throw
Ford where it
first. Game
hurts
on.
and marches into the 3-0 lead. He needs just one more leg, and he is back here tomorrow for finals night.
81. $180.
Ford is fighting. Finds his first maximum of the match.
135. $59.
Couldn't back up the perfect 3 treble visit with visit number 2.
70.
And Coleman just managing to find a 1 to 2 treble visit every single time, still keeping his nose in front.
134. $87. Kirika 128.
Ford with first look at the pair of 128s that we have.
103.
Line was good,
Asuka 128.
but it's not there.
$46. Kirika 25.
So Ford with another chance to get a leg on the board.
Game on the
This
fourth
time
leg,
does
Kieran
not
Ford.
miss the double 8.
Fifth leg, Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Now the key difference for me in that leg is he hit a maximum. That gave him
45.
more opportunities. Got him ahead of Ashley Coleman.
$123.
That technically doesn't count as a 2 treble turn. 123, but again, there have been so many visits like that for Coleman across this
40.
Group C campaign.
This is what he's doing so well, isn't it?
92.
He's finding at least one big treble per visit. You keep doing that. And then ultimately, as Ashley Coleman's proving, you do get to win more times than not.
Even against the darts, there is only 10 points in it before these three.
60.
Unable to pick off the 60 on that occasion, but and he's forcing Ford to make up a 50-point deficit. Now he's only 10 ahead. He's unlucky with the last one as it kicks up. It's just constant pressure from Coleman in the scoring phase.
85.
And the other thing that Coleman is doing, he's kind of forcing Ford to find those big 2 treble visits. If he'd found another treble on the last, he would have been on a finish. As it stands, Coleman knows he's going to come back for 141.
Doesn't hit treble 19.
89.
So can't throw for double.
76.
Ford has 76. Potentially a 2-darter. We'll need to use all 3 if he's going to get it.
41.
It's a long way from the target, and the target was tops. And that will be what Coleman wants to throw at as well. Oh, he's done this already today. This is not the first time today he's done this. On 52. But he recovers beautifully, and he books his spot in Saturday night. The Prince of Darkness is through. He is qualified for finals night. He's happy with his afternoon's work, because even with a few games to spare, he will be back here at the Live Lounge tomorrow. It's a 4-1 win for the group leader over second in the group. Kieran Ford edged out by 4 legs to 1.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just seen Ashley Coleman, who has been our front runner throughout Group C, confirm his spot in finals night with a 4-1 win over Kieran Ford. Ashley Coleman at the top on 14 points. Kieran Ford still in second place on 10 points. But this now is an interesting meeting between these two, Twan Uriot and Danny Lauby. Well, they're both on 6 points. One of these is going to emerge off the back of this match on 8 points. And that might just be the impetus that they need to try and chase down Ford. With regards to the rest of the games coming up,
54.
Then Ford has got Steve Green, and he's also got Uriot. So Uriot, if he can get a win over Lauby here, then potentially
100.
has his own fate in his hands. This table not quite sewn up yet.
And that's all you can ask for. If you can put your own fate in your
100.
hands, then you've got no one else to blame. You've not got the pain and anxiety of relying on results and other players to do you favours.
100.
Certain legs to be won and lost and margins to be won and defeated by. If you have the task in your own hands, it makes things a lot simpler. It also applies
100.
a bit of pressure. And some players deal with that in different ways. But I think if it was me, I'd much rather have the conundrum in my own hands than taken out of it.
Yeah, I think any
140.
player will say the same thing. You'd rather have that control than just waiting and hoping that results go your way.
140. Daniel Coward 61.
Well, Danny the first down to a finish. Treble 17 would have left the ball.
97. Twanukar 107.
Double 18 for a 107.
75.
A real drop
Daniel Carr,
with the last
64.
start for double 18.
$44. Twanukar 32. Getting shot the first leg, Twan Uriot.
Nice and tidy. And right in the
Second
middle
leg,
of the
Johnny
bed as
through
well
first.
on double
Game
8
on.
for Twan Uriot. It's the 1-0 lead for him. Threatened a ton plus finish in that leg. We haven't seen a ton plus finish since Danny
95.
Lauby took out the 120 against Steve Green. That put him 2-0 up. It was a game he would go on to win by
140.
4 legs to 3 as Green did mount somewhat of a comeback. There was a 92 finish for Steve Green on the bullseye, which made things tricky for
140.
Danny Lauby.
And you have to say it was an improved performance by the American as well, getting that 4-3 win.
90.
Averaging just shy of 83.5.
What do you think the
99.
goals are now for Danny Lauby? He's 33. He's had a bit of a dip in form. He's dropped off the tour. He's had some time on the tour and he's experienced
41.
elite level
Daniel
darts.
Coward
Now
67.
performing here at the Modus Super Series. Just wonder what his aims and ambitions are. His ambitions in that visit were to have a go at the bull. Not going to happen.
127.
Yeah, I imagine it is still going to be the elite level of the sport. Perhaps going back to a Q school, looking at the tour, trying to get a tour card again, and
84.
also
Daniel
not to
Carr,
forget
40.
the CDC and the inroads that you can make over in North America by doing their tour, playing in their
Getting
qualifiers.
on the second leg, Daniel
Danny
Lauby.
Lauby levels up in 13 darts.
Third leg, Twan to throw first. Game on.
Well, he did go to Q School to try and get his card back, Danny Lauby, but he actually went to the EU edition of Q School, which was curious to me.
98.
I just presumed he might enter the UK Q School, but I guess he maybe felt like he had a better chance of picking up a card by going over to the EU Q School, and he had the facilities
100.
to do that, I suppose. That's just me hazarding a guess as to what the reason might have been, but I thought that was interesting that he decided to do that.
Yeah, I imagine it would
100.
be just the thought process. Not only has there the potential, I'm not going to say for easier players, that sounds disrespectful, but I think there's there's still
100.
emerging abilities and emerging nations that will go to the EU qualifiers, so you might fancy your chances, as you say, slightly more. But also, because there were so many more entries, then there was more cards on offer
57.
over in the EU one this time round.
$55. $80.
Ton 80 for the American. Puts him 100 points ahead of Uriot, who left a bogey with that score of 80.
58. Daniel Carr, 66.
Well, he's got a couple of options here. Is he looking left or right? 14s is the target.
46. Daniel Carr, 108.
Again, just a bit of a dropped dart and going for tops, and Uriot now staring down 108.
$92. Daniel Carr, 20.
It'll be a breaker throw if he hits.
$10. Daniel Carr, 16.
Twan won his one and only leg so far on this double. And he's
Gage
pinned
on
it
the third
again.
leg, Twan Uriot. Fourth leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
Well, Danny had 4 darts to break Uriot in the previous leg.
$100. $100.
I mean, there's a 10-point golf in terms of the averages in favour of Danny Lauby, courtesy predominantly of that 13 dart leg.
45.
But it's all about the legs, and it's Uriot that's the one that is in command.
He's losing the match, Danny Lauby, but he's very much outscoring and out-averaging Twan Uriot until that maximum, which brings the averages a little bit tighter.
100.
91 now, the rolling 3DA for the Dutchman. And going up. And going up.
One of them, 40.
Threatening back-to-back 180s. Has to settle for a 180 followed by 140, but down to that magic number, 81 after just 9 darts thrown. It's a very strong leg from Uriot.
81.
Another at double 12.
Gage on the fourth leg, Twan Uriot.
High quality leg. A 12 darter from Twan Uriot.
Yeah, best leg
Game on.
of the match. Perhaps even the best leg that we've seen so far today. Most
60.
of the legs today have been won around the 5 to 6 visit mark.
Well, this is the best scoring performance we've
40.
seen from Danny Lauby, I think, arguably, this entire week. He's averaging 98, 4 ton 40s and a maximum, but
60.
he has missed 5 darts at double. Both players have had the same amount of darts at double, 2 visits apiece, 6 darts.
100.
Twan has hit half of his shots at double, and that's the difference in this game, because scoring-wise, Danny Lauby is ahead by, again, almost 10 points.
But Uriot proving hard to shake.
100.
Danny also down to a finish after 9.
$26. Daniel Carr, 161.
And this now a real opportunity for Danny Lauby. Even if the 161 doesn't go, which it won't now, just looking to set up because he knows he'll be back.
85. $98. Daniel Carr, 76.
Can he find that 60 again? Yes. Double 8.
Game show on the 5th leg, Danny
Nice
Lauby.
clean up for Danny Lauby.
6th leg, Danny to through first. Game on.
Looking to serve out for a level contest. And yet another 4-3. And he's had a fair few of them.
81.
These two just seem to maybe bring the best out in each other. This match yesterday, this is the one where Tuan Uriot hit his highest average
41.
of the day. He had a 93.61 in a 4-2 win over Danny. Danny averaging in excess of 90, and we're looking at those kind of numbers right now.
60.
Sometimes you can get an opponent that you're just really comfortable with their pace, their rhythm, and even
46.
sometimes what happens in the back room, you kind of just take it up onto the stage. You know, they could have a really good bit of banter out in the back, and you feel comfortable when you're playing with against the opponent.
60.
Sometimes it can go completely the other way.
Do players identify that in terms of I like playing against quick players, I like
60.
playing against slow players, or sometimes do they just not know and it's just about what you get drawn against on the day?
I'm not the fastest, but I'm definitely not the slowest player.
100.
I find it really hard to play against a really slow, methodical player. Gives you too much time to think. Stood around waiting. I'd rather be straight to the oche, throw my darts, and kind of walk back round.
81.
But if you're the more methodical player, then actually I tend to find that when you speak to them, they don't mind if they play someone fast or slow because
81.
no one's changing their rhythm. They don't care.
45.
Well,
Danny Carr,
15 scores of 100 or
190.
more in this match equates to a 93.44 average for Danny Lauby. Has missed 6 darts at double. Is going to get another dart at double. Well, he should have got
79.
another dart at double. Thankfully, his opponent, Svan Uriot, is not on a finish, so it's recoverable, the situation.
85.
Danny.
Danny Carr, 40.
Tops to level it.
Right on the wire, should be a good guide
on the
and
6th
uses
leg,
it
Danny
to
Lauby.
perfection. And we go the distance.
7th final leg, Tuan to through first. Game on.
Haven't had a game go the distance for a couple of matches, but it has been the general theme of today.
42.
Bad start. Lauby needs to jump on this. He's going to persevere on that 20.
100.
And he burgles his way through to the 60.
$100. $45.
That loose first start just crept in again, but we are seeing less and less of that from Danny Lauby as the week's gone on.
45. $100.
I was about to say, he does persevere, despite the darts looking like they're going to block the target. He does persevere, but he finds a way through as well.
Just understanding how your darts
100.
behave. It looks silly to stay there sometimes when there's an open treble downstairs on the 19s.
100.
Lauby first within range.
Yeah, Uriot will also be
85.
on a finish, but
Danny
perhaps a
Carr,
bit distracted by
156.
that drop dart, slips into the 5.
Well, it could have been a lot better than that for him. No 156. Shot is off. Needed
60.
2 trebles.
Danny Carr, 129.
Just 1 treble needed if he can stay accurate. There is the treble.
81.
And a loose last start.
Danny
Uriot
Carr,
not
96.
able to tide it up. So over to Danny Lauby, 96 required. 76 left. Tried to get through to the treble 20, and you can see the disappointment etched on his face.
50. Danny Carr, 48.
Well, he's been good at double eight in this game, but when it came to the crunch and it came to that match start, he's missed it. Huge moment. The Americans recognize that it's big. Oh!
26.
Well, I'm not sure whether the point actually made contact with the board there. I'm sure it came out of his hand at a strange angle, but ejected.
Shake of the head, a look of confusion on the face of Danny Lauby. Well, one dart left, double two, and double two is found, and it is Twan Uriot who gets across the line. Danny Lauby had match darts to beat the Dutchman, but it is Uriot who just edges out the American. There you see the tail of the tape, and then coming up next we'll be seeing Kieran Ford taking on Steve Green. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just completed Game 7 through to 9. There are the results. Steve Green, a 4-2 victor over Adam Mould. We've just seen Twan Uriet win 4 legs to 3 over Danny Lauby, but Ashley Coleman has secured his place in the finals with that 4-1 win over Kieran Ford. And there is confirmation. Ashley Coleman's name in gold on 14 points. He will definitely be coming back tomorrow, but the question is who will be joining him. Kieran Ford still in second place on 10 points, but Twan Uriet, by winning his last match, is only 1 win, 2 points behind second place. Steve Green, Danny Lauby on 6 points, and Adam Mould at the foot of the table on 4 points. Well, we will be turning our attention back to Kieran Ford, who is facing Steve Green. Kieran Ford will be hoping to bounce back from his previous outing here at the Live Lounge, where he lost 4 legs to 1 to Coleman with a win over Steve Green. Steve Green, mixed results for him so far
Kieran
today.
To first.
Lost his opening 2 matches on last leg deciders, 4 legs to 3, but did get that win in the last round of 3 against Adam Mould. So for me,
58.
It's about how much Ford at the moment is actually thinking about Saturday. It's easy for me to sit here and say, but the idea is to think of each match as it comes and just concentrate on the win. But as the day gets closer to its close, you are thinking about qualification.
And when you want something and you want it
95.
badly, that's when pressure can feel even more significant.
100.
And will Kieran Ford be able to ride out this pressure? And it's pressure that he'll be putting on himself as well as opponents putting it on him. And that's a different thing as well. It's the self-management. And we say he's just a young man in his early 20s and hasn't made too many appearances down here. I think it's just his second appearance at the Live Lounge. So, you know, this is still a relatively new environment for him. And he'll be put in situations today that maybe he hasn't been in before.
Yeah, he's had a couple of outings at Challenge Tour and done most of his development on the PDC Dev Tour. But as you say, he's still in a really strong position. But as someone who personally doesn't deal with the pressure of the big moments
60.
all that well, I can kind of empathise and understand, because it's very hard to... One, it's hard to switch your brain off, but actually 45. There is some kind of physical reaction to it as well, where you get tension in the arm, tension in the shoulders. I mean, there are occasions where I'll shake, which makes it really hard to let go of the dart.
89. Kieran Ford 34. 94.
Well played.
52.
Leaves him tops. And tops is normally what Green looks for when on 52. Oh, this time double 16. He's mixed it up. Well, mix it up.
Green.
You can go tops, you can go double 16. If you can hit both,
Second
it doesn't matter.
Steve
Steve Green does hit it to go 1-0 up.
I remember having a conversation with Steve after he won one of his weekly, came through one of the weekly groups to make it through the finals night. And he did the same thing. He had tops for a while on a string and then just changed his MO and just left us all scratching our heads. But as you can see, he seems like the kind of player that's quite happy to go for any 99. Double on the board.
Well, when I spoke to him this morning, I said, how important is tops to you and your game? And he said, yeah, it's important, but I also like double 16. He didn't explicitly 59. Say tops is my absolute favourite. A bit like what we see Ryan Joyce do, for example, in PDC darts, where he will try his utmost to leave double 16 85. His absolute favourite and loathes tops and won't throw at it unless he absolutely has to. Of course, sometimes it's unavoidable. But in that situation where you've got a choice, from what we've seen today, I would have backed him to throw at
45.
tops, but Double 16 with his choice, and he did hit it. So all's well that ends well for Steve Green.
96.
Mentioned Ryan Joyce. Ryan Joyce does like a bullseye finish. Over on the Euro Tour today. We have, I mean, it's not the standard way of going for 150, is it?
40.
3 balls, but it's something that Ryan Joyce tends to do. I always I liken it to a Simon Whitlock as well.
85.
Well, last week I played a game of darts against Kirk Bevins. And Kirk hit 3 balls, and he was so proud of it that he couldn't wait to post it on Instagram.
140. Kieran Coward and 36.
I mean, it does feel good, and it is good darts, let's be honest.
$100. Steve Coward and 60.
Double 18 for Kieran Ford. Unless Steve Green took out 160, which he won't do. So
100.
Level game.
Kieran Carr 36.
Double 9.
18. Steve Carr 60.
Some early misses for Kieran Ford, and they could prove very costly indeed as Steve Green looks at tops.
He's on the second leg, Steve Green.
As you said, it doesn't matter if it's tops, if it's
Third
double
leg, Kieran,
16.
just
When
first.
Steve
Game
Green
on.
starts finding the doubles, he is deadly.
$134.
Speaking of 3 bullseyes, we almost saw, didn't we, the most incredible 9-dart finish here at the Live Lounge not long ago.
The
100.
international pairs.
Yeah, correct.
Team Sweden.
Team Sweden left on 150. 2 bullseyes deep. So close. So close. Would have been incredible.
95.
I even like that Andreas Harrison said that he kind of had tactics for ordering the team in the way he did, because he knew that he'd be able to find that 171 with the second throw and just leave it all up to his partner to go 3 balls.
58.
I mean, there's thinking and then there's overthinking, isn't it? I mean, that's some plan. If it came off, which it nearly did, it would have been something to behold.
140.
That's been a slower 2026 for Andreas Harrison. Did really well at Ali Pali, lost out to Johnny Clayton in the end at the PDC World Championship. We know how successful he's been
60.
here at the
Kieran
Super
Coward
Series.
and 32. $92.
Yeah, Harrison's carrying just that bit of an injury. I don't know where he is with that, but he posted on social media just a bit damage maybe in the shoulder, I think.
I mean, he's not as high up on the Nordic and Baltic ranking as you might have expected. Haven't yet seen him on the Euro Tour as a
105.
qualifier through the Nordic and Baltic
Kieran Carr
system.
40.
Double 10. That's a leg
Finish on
back
the
for
third
Kieran
leg, Kieran
Ford.
Ford.
So hold a throw as well.
Fourth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, Steve Green is less likely to qualify for Saturday than Kieran Ford.
40.
Kieran Ford is going to have to dig deep because he's already pulled 1 leg back after falling 2-0 behind. He does not want to be in
69.
bed tonight thinking, oh, I should be there on Saturday, I should be there tomorrow, and he's not.
$131.
Steve Green trying to make it as difficult as possible for Kieran Ford.
59. $85.
Yeah, the difficulty Kieran has now is that he's going to have to find a way of breaking green.
139.
That 2 treble visit just keeps him interested in the leg.
55.
And that, he senses a real opportunity. Kieran Ford can find a big treble. There's one.
96.
He is now first to a finish.
It's a difficult finish.
Yeah, but a bit like what we were talking about before, it's one with options, because I
54.
think treble 19, treble
Kieran
19, double
138.
16, it just makes so much sense.
Well, that's what he was looking for.
58. Supercar 136.
To the 17s.
76. Kieran 80.
Ford should get at least one dart at a double to level things up. It is at tops.
40. Supercar 60.
Just north of the wire. Well, Green's finishing has been very good indeed. He's 2 from 3, and he has another chance
He's
to
on the 4th leg.
race into a 3-1 lead.
And it's the
Looks like Kieran to
second
throw
60
first.
check
Come
out
on.
of the match for Steve Green. Remember, Kieran Ford has missed a couple of darts, and I spoke about
46.
missing darts at key moments. That was the case against Ash Coleman. That's been the case for Kieran Ford right throughout this campaign. He's doing a lot of things right, but in the critical moments, maybe just missing a couple too many at double.
83.
Even in this game, he's missed darts to go 1-1. You can see him dropping his head there. Knows this is a great chance to try and
60.
put himself in a good position for Saturday.
And you have to remember as well, this is all part of the development of a player for Kieran Ford. He started on the development
55.
tour back in 2023, and you can see the progression over the years, because 2026 by far been his best year. Made a quarter-final recently, Dev
59.
Tour number 9, and the last 16, Dev Tour number 8. And I guess for Ford, in his mind, the next bit of natural progression here at the Live Lounge is to make it through to Saturday.
140.
That's what it has to be. It has to be all about progression.
60.
And I think when you're a young man, sometimes you feel like you aren't progressing fast enough, because you are so keen and you're so enthusiastic and determined to do well.
99.
It is sometimes difficult to take a step back, zoom out and look at what you have done in a short space of time. Sometimes that's needed in any walk of life, just to
119,
remind yourself
Supercar
of the journey
124.
that you've been on.
I do tend to agree, especially when you compare to the likes of, say, what Luke Littler is doing at the tender age of 19. I mean, and you think that World Championship runner-up, he was 16. So there are comparisons
42.
made,
Kieran
possibly
Carr,
too many
157.
times for my liking, with other up-and-coming players.
Treble 19, not found.
80. Supercar 82.
Will he go bull first?
I'm going to go yes.
He gets the bull. Double 16.
Being shown the match, Steve Green.
Clean as you like. 82 check out for Steve Green and a 4-1 win for Steve Green. And that damages Kieran Ford's hopes of qualification for Saturday night. All is not lost for the young man from Sheffield, but it's a win for Steve Green. And he takes it by 4 legs to 1 with an 80% success rate on his doubles. Welcome back. Group C is heading towards its conclusion. A few more games to bring you. We've just seen Kieran Ford beaten by Steve Green. How much of an impact does that have on his chances of qualification? It certainly gives Twan Uriot a little bit more hope that he can be the man to follow Ashley Coleman into Saturday night. Coleman already booking his spot back here at the Live Lounge tomorrow. But who will be with him?
First leg, Adam to throw first.
Adam Old, well, we've
Game
enjoyed
on.
watching him. I don't think he's particularly enjoyed playing at times today. I'll ask the same question as I've asked for the last two Mouldy matches that we've seen. Is this the game where he plays well? It might just be.
135.
Yeah, almost off to the perfect start, Adam Mould, and he will be looking to play the role of
59.
spoiler here for the chances of Uriot in his last outing. And it was only a couple of games to go, so he hasn't had a great deal in the back room to kind of just settle back down, get the adrenaline
41.
back down to a level, because it was a last leg decider against Danny Lauby. But maybe the short break is working for him. And he finds the first maximum of the match.
Here's a max that leaves him a bogey number.
59.
Adam Mould can't get to a finish, so no bother.
Wow, 5 perfect darts.
130.
Can't find the 6th, but brilliant set-up play from Uriot.
59. Twan 32.
Double 16.
Getting shown the first leg, Twan
Are we
Uriot.
beginning to see the best version of Twan
leg
Uriot
Twan to throw
towards the
first.
back end of Group C? He knows what his aim is.
Game
He
on.
knows what his goal is. That is a spot in Saturday night.
$44.
I was here on Monday and Tuesday, and I would say it was a really nervy start for Uriot.
100.
But even by Tuesday, it was Henry and I in commentary, and we were saying that it just felt like Uriot was starting to settle, starting to grow, and we were seeing better
60.
things from him. And as you've just said, maybe he's been saving his best till last.
And he's still yet to play
60.
Kieran Ford today. That might be a bit of a shootout. Of course, things can change between now and then, but
100.
all depends what happens here, of course. There we go, Adam Old with the maximum.
Yeah, that is first maximum of the day.
140. Out of the 161. $59.
He tried to bring the 25 into play, but still on a 3-figure out. If he gets back to the board, Uriot going for the treble 19 first on the 157.
137.
I don't mind that play, because once you're upstairs, you're not shifting as far from the 60 to tops. So many times you see
41.
players start up, go down, and
20.
back up and miss low on tops.
Mm-hmm.
Not dead, double 7.
6.
Awkward,
61.
annoying, but not over. Double 4. The leg's over now.
Second leg, Adam Mould.
Adam Mould pins 61.
Third leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
A good leg in response by Adam Mould, which included a maximum, a cleanly taken finish. Combination finishes haven't necessarily been the issue
100.
for Adam Mould throughout today, because we've seen some big finishes, including the 140. Had a 150 yesterday It's just when there's been a few darts in hand, just going straight at a double.
60.
It hasn't always been straightforward by any means for Adam Mould.
Here we go. Is he beginning to cook? Is Mould starting to come good? Has he run out of time? That's the question. You get the sense
100.
that probably, and maybe, this is just a release of pressure and relaxation from Adam Mould. Was unlucky. Very unlucky.
120. $43. Out of your car, 101.
Treble 20 was the intended target. Would have left double 12, so now just has to try and tidy up and does so.
77.
He's going to have a go at double 12.
140. Out of car, 24. No score. Time your car, 158.
Oh dear. Percentages suggest he should be back. He will be.
58. Out of the car, 24.
Just takes off the 58, leaves a round ton, but it's Mould back for double 12, and this time no mistake. Mould stretching a lead now, 2 legs to 1.
To throw first. Game on.
You're right with what you said before. Mould could be the spoiler.
$61.
Yeah, as it stands, Adam Mould.
180.
Well, we mentioned earlier that Adam Mould hadn't had a 180 so far today. He's now had 3. I think he's making up for lost time.
60.
3 in as many legs.
Yeah, Adam Mould cannot no longer qualify. Most he can get to is 8 points. Kieran
60.
is already Ford's already on 10. As for Uriot, with a win here, he can go on to 10 points, level with Kieran Ford. And then, as
60.
you've already alluded to, it could have a last leg shootout. But you've also got Steve Green still in the mix. He's also on 8 points, but he's got Ashley Coleman.
85.
But Ash has already qualified, so maybe he might be, I don't know, a little bit less fired up.
55.
I don't know. I don't get the sense that Ashley Coleman's that kind of player anyway. You don't get the feeling with him that he's going to relax any more or any less to his normal performance level, which is what we've been praising him for across
96.
the last couple of days. He's just stayed rock solid at that level.
Yeah, I quite often, you can't manufacture adrenaline, you know, and I quite often base
95. Out of car, 80.
performances once someone's qualified on how animated they are sometimes on the oche, how much adrenaline they need in order to win.
60.
Slip there from
Out of
Mould.
car,
I don't see
170.
Ashley Coleman is one of those pumped up players. He's quite reserved when he's at the oche.
80. Out of the car, 20.
To continue to spoil the Tvan Uriot campaign for Saturday. Adam
Gage
Mould,
on the fourth leg. Adam
3-1
Mould.
up. Could barely
Looks like
hit a
Adam to
treble
throw
20
first.
for love
Game
nor
on.
money over the last day or two. Now, in this match, he's hit 3 maximums and he's starting to motor.
60.
Well, a bit like what we were when we were talking about Steve Green's performance in the final against Jack Drayton of
121.
Champions Week 13. When the pressure is off, sometimes players are able to produce some of their best. They're able to relax, and maybe that's what we're seeing from Adam Mould here.
135. $41.
Is there one final burst? Is there a bit left in the tank? for
96.
Van Uriot to mount a comeback in this game.
Don't forget, Uriot is here
134.
on debut. He would not have experienced anything like this, playing in the heat, playing in front of the cameras, on the stage, all the cameras pointing at him.
100.
And then to try and work out permutations. I mean, ultimately, the simplest thing is to just go up there and try and win everything. But when you're in a round-robin situation, you like to know what you need to do and where you are.
What's the plan, Van?
165. Undercar 110.
That looks like a pretty good plan to me. Needed the 57, having slipped into the 3 first dart.
38.
Tops the break
40.
mould. And every leg could be critical in the race for Saturday night.
20. Undercar 72.
Well, that could prove costly indeed. 72 required for Mould. Tops for a 4-1 victory.
52. Undercar 20.
Cannot miss.
Gain
And
shot the fifth
doesn't.
leg, Van Uriot.
Flushes the double 10.
6 leg, Twan to throw first. Game on.
There's another leg. And if he wins with the darts here, it's a last leg decider, and he could still pick up the 2 points in this contest.
100.
It's a match start come and gone for Adam Mould. Not
95.
the first time today that Adam Mould has had a match start. Had a fair few in his match against Kieran Ford.
140. $134.
Oh, Adam Mould, you've entertained us today.
45.
And all of a sudden the
59.
normally internal monologue is being mouthed by Adam Mould, who is just probably just trying to G himself up, egg himself on.
140.
You know how some players get accused of being performative with their antics? I think this is just Adam Mould being Adam Mould. I don't think there's anything other than pure emotion,
177.
for better or for worse.
From the car, 76.
And there's a 177 to leave double 18. But it's double 8 for Uriot.
60.
And he misses it.
Up the
And
car,
Adam Mould
36.
now with that big 3 treble turn is looking at match start,
Gain
which
shot
he
the
only
match, Adam
needs
Mould.
the one of. And it's a bit of a blow for Tvan in his hunt for finals night. But Adam Mould, some much needed form. Hadn't hit a maximum all afternoon until this game, where he hit 3 in consecutive legs. Decent performance from Mould. We've been waiting for one of those. 40% on his doubles, an 87 and a bit average, and a win by 4 legs to 2.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've just seen Adam Mould pick up his first win of the day with a 4-2 win over Twan Uriot, denting Twan's hopes of making it through to Saturday. Well, talking of being through to Saturday, that man there on your screen, Ashley Coleman's already booked his place. He's sat atop of the table and not a worry in the world. He's still got 2 games to play, the first one being against the American Danny Lauby, and he will see out all the action against against Steve Green later.
59.
Danny Lauby has
60.
definitely had a mixed bag of results, not just today, but throughout the course of Group A, coming into Group C. Perhaps hasn't played at the levels that we've
100.
known Danny to play here at the Super Series, but there has been marked improvement, and today is no exception.
100.
Picked up a 4-3 win over Steve Green earlier on. Did lose out by the same scoreline to Twan Uriot.
95. 140.
And despite the fact he's already through, Ash Coleman will want to add another win to his tally.
60.
That goes without saying. It's an obvious statement to make, of course. But you know what it's like. Sometimes when the job's done, you do put your feet up a little bit metaphorically.
81.
I don't get the sense that Ash Coleman's going to do that.
I would definitely agree
59.
with you. As we were
Danny Carr,
talking about,
120.
you sometimes can't necessarily manufacture the adrenaline you may need, but I just see Ash as going up there as one of those players that just
80.
wants to beat everyone
Ashley
that's in front of him, win
128.
every single game, just keep everything really straightforward.
Needed another treble.
You're almost punished on certain finishes by hitting the treble. The 128, the simple one is big 18, treble 20, ball.
96. Danny Carr, 40.
Double 10. Been working well for him
Each on
generally
the first leg,
when
Danny
it comes
Lauby.
to the doubles he has hit
Second leg, Danny to
across
throw first.
Group
Game on.
C. Double 10 has been one of his better ones. And it's there for him again to give him the lead over the tabletop at Ash Coleman.
97.
I often think that, I've already mentioned Ryan Joyce once today, but like a 72 finish, for example, he's almost better off hitting single 20 because even though he gets 1 dart at double 16, he'd rather have 1 dart at double 16 than 2 at double 6. Even though he's good at all of the doubles, he's
100.
so confident on that one particular double. It's interesting how a player can feel about certain finishes and which ways to go.
100.
Yeah, there are doubles, aren't they, that you just kind of are synonymous with players. You mentioned Joyce there with double 16. You get the likes of James Wade with tops and double 10. There's a lot of that I can put with tops and 10s. I mean, Littler.
Well, even like Mensur Sulevic on double 14
Yeah.
back in the day. He used to love it, didn't he? Doesn't use it as much these
78.
days.
Danny
but-
Carr, 170.
Definitely started a trend, though. We see double 14 a lot more.
130.
Leaves himself tops.
Yeah, and a win here for Danny Lauby would put him
65.
on 8 points.
Danny
Danny's
Carr,
only
40.
real big issue is the fact that he's -8 leg difference.
Each
He
on
is
the
by
second leg,
far
Danny Lauby.
the worst off when it comes
Third leg, Ashley to
to
throw
legs
first. Game
against
on.
legs difference. But if he can get a big win here over Coleman, he would reduce that deficit.
100.
And as mentioned, his last game, he goes into that against Adam Mould.
13 dart leg that just was from Danny Lauby.
57.
These last 2 matches have been 2 of his better performances. He averaged 87 in his last
95.
game, just under 88. He was averaging 96 midway point through that game. He's averaging his mid-90s here.
100.
What Danny's doing is essentially outscoring Ashley Coleman, something we
80.
haven't seen at all this week. Ashley Coleman, we're potentially halfway through the match, and Ashley has not had a dart at a double.
Just the 1 ton 40 for Coleman, and that's kind of been his bread and butter, those 2 treble turns.
$100.
Well, Coleman's down to a finish, and Laube looking like he's about to join him.
100.
On a 3-figure out.
Ashley 126.
Ashley Coleman delivers us a ton plus finish. 126 on the bull. And just a reminder to Danny Laube, I'm the main man in this group. It's our first ton plus check out of the group since Danny Laube hit a 120 against Steve Green. That was in game number 5. This is game number 12.
60. $100.
Yeah, as for Danny, if he cannot find a way past Ashley Coleman, then
40.
His road will be run, because he does need to win his back 2 games. And as mentioned, really needs to win by some kind of scoreline just to get
97.
on level points with Kieran Ford.
$60.
If you're Kieran Ford
60.
now, what would you be doing? I know every individual is different and has a different approach. Would you be on the practice board?
81.
Would you have your headphones in, maybe on your phone or whatever? Or would you be watching this intently?
I probably wouldn't be watching. I'd have it on kind of in the background, depending on how I feel, perhaps back on the practice board. However, we're getting to the tail end of the day, and if you're not warmed up by now, then you never will be. But sometimes just having a good 5 minutes practice,
85.
nothing too intense, but if it goes well, you just walk out with a bit more confidence.
Double 2 it'll have to be.
Game shot on the 4th flag, Danny Laube.
Game shot confirmed by referee Paul
Ashley
Hinks.
to throw first. Game on.
And a 3-1 lead for Danny Laube now.
57.
Yeah, just a reminder, Perez Coleman only has lost 1 game so far in Group C, and he's on the cusp of a
60.
loss here. Now, just looking back at it, the game that Ashley Coleman lost yesterday,
60.
it was this fixture. It was a 4-3 defeat at the hands of Danny Laube. And again, it was a competitive game. Now, these are 2 of our quickest players
80.
in the group, and I do wonder if they just really enjoy the pace of one another. Whilst Coleman in this particular match not playing quite to the standard that we've seen from him, it's still good stuff.
100.
And yesterday it was very good indeed.
He's only had the 1 double, and that was at the bull for that 126 we just saw.
60.
So we must credit this Danny Laube display. 91 the average right now. 1 leg away. And throwing his first maximum of the match.
80.
Potential 14 darter on the cards here.
50.
Bit of a reaction from Coleman. Don't normally
61.
see that from him.
Game shot on
Brilliant
the match, Danny
kill.
Laube.
Really good execution on the 61 from Danny Laube, and a 4-1 win over the already qualified Ashley Coleman makes things interesting in Group C. There are still a handful of games to go, and we still don't know who will be joining the Prince of Darkness back here on Saturday night. 94.4 for the average, 50% on the doubles. Danny Laube beats Ash Coleman. One round of fixtures left to go. Just those 3 games. Tvan Uriot against Kieran Ford could be huge. Steve Green plays Ash Coleman, and Danny Lauby takes on Adam Mould. As you can see, those 3 results previously: 4-1 to Steve Green, 4-2 to Adam Mould against Tvan, and Ashley Coleman edged out. Well, I say edged out. He was pretty well beaten in the end by Danny Lauby, 4-1. So it's still all to play for. Coleman has booked his spot through to Saturday night. That's why his name is illuminated in gold. 14 points with 7 wins from 9. Just those 2 defeats so far. But Kieran Ford, he is the prime candidate to follow Coleman through to Saturday. But will it be him, or will it be any of the other players who are sat on 8 points? Things could get very interesting indeed. And this next game arguably is the most intriguing of the lot. Tvan Uriot has played well today. He's kind of discarded that one poor performance from yesterday, which I thought might rear its head at some point. If it is, then it can't be this game. It cannot be this game. And Kieran Ford, well, he'll know as well as anyone just how significant this match is, because he has been living every single dart. Get the sense that this could be a tense one, Laura.
I do agree. I do.
70.
Uriot's done really well to play himself into a position where he has the chance to qualify. As for Kieran Ford, he's that player that's probably been... Anyone that's played darts knows what it's like to be almost like one leg away from winning a
80.
match. You kind of sat 3-0 up, and then you watch your opponent start coming back, and that's what he's had to look at when he's looked at the table every time, because
96.
he hasn't picked up as many wins as he'd like, but his opponents around him are winning and winning well. So this race is far from done.
60.
Now, the way the fixtures have fallen
59.
means that Uriot has thrown first in the opening leg. Now, if it is tight and it all goes with throw,
26.
that would give him just a slight edge.
$100.
And that might be the slim margin that dictates who qualifies. It really could be that close.
83.
Yeah, for Uriot, essentially, he has pretty much his fate, as much as he can do at this stage, in his own hands, as does Kieran Ford, because I guess the equation for Kieran is really straightforward. Win. Win and you're in. But if he does happen to lose, then it could get really edgy with leg difference.
58. Kiriakar, 76.
It is Kieran first down to an out. Tops.
56. Twanuakar, what did
Immediately, as soon as he saw that dart had missed, he looked over to the scoreboard to see what Tvan was on. He's on 167. He's on the bull.
142.
That would have been huge.
20.
It would have been a hole to throw.
Yeah, and it felt like it kind of came from nowhere in the context of the leg. But pressure applied on Kieran Ford, who has 1 dot left. It's double 5. Just the wrong side of that dart sitting there. It acted as a bit of a guardian.
Well, if he doesn't make it to Saturday, he can't argue that he hasn't had many chances. He's had plenty across the campaign.
17.
And he's going to get a bit more.
It's going to be double 2.
Getting shown the first leg,
Bails him out.
Ford.
Absolutely bails him out.
Second leg,
I know he
Kieran
was
to throw
against the
first.
darts, but he should have won that leg long ago, even with Uriot scaring the ball in that big finish.
100.
And you get the sense that a match which has so much riding on it, if you can just pick out a big treble each
100.
visit, try and maintain that consistency. Yeah. Uriot had chances as well. Ones, as you mentioned,
97.
that perhaps he shouldn't have got, but he got them anyway, and he could not find the double.
$60. $100.
Ford making steady progress. 97 ton.
60.
And only 60 points in response from Uriot.
Back-to-back trebleless visits too for the Dutchman.
82.
When you're trying to break someone's throat, you can't afford too many trebleless turns.
93. Kieran 122.
Just be a set-up play for Kieran Ford.
47.
Yeah, not the best setup by any means. He knows he'll be back, but can Uriot apply any kind of pressure?
58. Kieran
Not really.
75.
There's a chance. Double three.
72.
Well, that chance now presents itself for Twan Uriot.
Yeah, Ford just making a bit of a mess at the back end of leg number 2.
58.
Surely he had to move across just a little bit to kind of open up the angle for the 60. He decided to stay put. Double one found for Kieran Ford. We said this could be a scratchy game. He's won his 2 legs on double 2 and now double 1.
Ford just looks really nervous, edgy over back at the table.
$46.
And it is at this point in the day where you've just got to hope you can hold everything together, start producing some of your best, because we've seen great stuff from
60.
both these players, but it feels tense.
$84.
Just see him giving himself a pep talk before that last start. Kieran Ford, come on, he says to himself.
58.
He has the cushion. He has the advantage. Has to press it home.
43.
Yeah, this feels almost more than a dart match. It feels like a kind of battle of wills. We know they both want it. Who wants it more?
87.
One man on debut, Twan Uriot, the 36-year-old from the Netherlands. Kieran Ford, just 22 from Sheffield.
100.
Not a regular here at the Super Series, might well be in the weeks and months to come.
$140.
Second 140 of the match for Uriot, and what a time to get it.
81. Twanica 56.
Tops.
36. Kiriaka 147.
This really would be something. But he doesn't find the 51. Crouches down to see whether it was in.
81.
Uriot's had darts in leg 1 to take the opening leg. He's had 2 darts already in leg 3 to hold throw. He's going to get 3 more.
Getting closer.
10. Kiriaka 66.
Hinging point. How many times has he done that now, Kieran Ford?
10.
Keeps slipping into the wrong segment. And Uriot makes him pay for it. 2-1.
Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Well, a bit like the first leg, where Tvan Uriot probably wasn't expecting chances and got them, but still lost a leg. That was roles reversed there, and Kieran Ford is looking to make amends. Starting the next leg with a max.
60.
He's given himself a real buffer in this leg.
100.
Backed it up well. Uriot way back.
125.
Despite that score, Ford, you feel, is still a throw in front.
$140. $100.
Kieran Ford drying his palms, drying his barrels. This is a massive turn. Double 12.
66.
Just tension creeping in. Drags it down into the 9. He's going to need to burn a dart when he comes
46.
back.
Kieran Carr 15.
Double 4.
Gains on the fourth leg, Kieran Ford.
Well, Kieran Ford now is just one leg away from success in a big game in the context of Group C.
Yeah, wiping of the face, wiping of the darts. But that was a huge leg. It was potentially an 11 darter for Ford. Ended up being a 14. But puts him on the edge of qualification.
Doubles hit by Kieran Ford. Double 2, double 1, double 4. But for the second time, he kicks off a leg with a max, just like he did in the last. And he can see the finish line in sight in this game. And he wants to race towards it. What a leg. 180, followed by 140.
We've seen Ford throughout the day just looking a bit anxious, a bit edgy, but when push has come to shove, the back end of this match, he has found some real scoring prowess.
135.
Another 2 trebles there to set up. Down to 46 after 9 against the darts when you need a leg to win.
50. Kieran Carr 46.
To join Ashley Coleman and Kieran Ford books his spot. He is into Saturday night. Well, is there relief on the man's face? Hard to tell. He's made it hard work for himself at times, but he really came good towards the end of that game. A blitz with a maximum to start the final leg, followed by 140. It was a 13 darter to win it 4-1, and Kieran Ford will be back in 24 hours' time as he's through to Saturday night. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV. Group C reaching its conclusion. And we already know who's qualified. We just saw before the break. Kieran Ford with a 4-1 win over Tvan Uriot, booking his spot in Saturday night. Along with this man, the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, who's already through, which render these last two games about as useful as my selections in the Modus Super Series World Cup sweepstake. I've got Iran and Switzerland. No good for anyone. But at least it's a little bit better than what you've got, Laura Turner.
I was going to say, what are you complaining about? I've got
45.
Haiti and Cape Verde.
Unlucky.
I mean, I think you get one team, you know,
One of
that
them, 40.
may stand a chance of even getting through the group stage.
Yeah, I'd rather be in my position with Iran and
150.
Switzerland than with Haiti and Cape Verde. And Steve Green would rather be in Ash Coleman's position through to Saturday night, but not to be
100.
for Steve, who will have both good and bad memories on the stage. I'm not necessarily sure he has bad memories about that Series 13 final, but it will always gnaw and nag away at you when you have a match dart to win a title and you don't take it, even though he
140.
survived so many match darts. Yeah, he knows he's capable.
180.
He knows he's capable of great things on the stage, despite coming from seemingly nowhere in the last series. Ash Coleman, we've known about him for a while, and he's been the man to beat in Group C. And he's looking to finish off with a win, having lost just his second
57.
game last
81.
time out to Danny Lauby. It was a 4-1 defeat.
Getting shot on the first leg, Ashley Coleman.
And it's a 1-0 lead for the Prince of Darkness
Second leg, Ashley
in this one.
first. Game on.
Yeah, great opening leg from
140.
Ashley Coleman, and backing it up in leg two, kicking off with a 140.
How many times has he done that? I've said it
60.
a couple of times today. Winning a leg and then kicking off the next leg with a big two treble turn or better.
100.
Yeah, arguably a little bit out of sorts in his previous game where he lost 4-1 to Danny Lauby. Although you have to give full credit to Danny in that match. It's the best performance that we've seen actually
85.
throughout the whole of today, averaging just shy of 94.5.
140.
Well, he's a quick player, Ash Coleman. So is Tommy the Gun. Tommy Morris averaged 107.58 in
60.
defeating Danny
Ashley
Lauby in
Coleman,
Group A.
21.
Hit a 167 and a 164 in that match. But Coleman
Getting
hits
shot on the
1-2-1
second leg,
there
Ashley
on the bull as
Coleman.
well. And in the blink of an eye leads
Third leg, Steve
2-0.
first.
And if
Game
he
on.
does end up facing Tommy Morris on Saturday night, it is going to be rapid. An 11 darter followed by a 12 darter. The two best legs we've seen today across Group C coming from the Prince of Darkness.
I know we're only a couple of legs in, but
140.
things we like to see at the Super Series, an average in excess of 130.
The record is 122.69. Daryl Pilgrim against Denny Older-Calter. Ashley Coleman currently averaging 122.54
100.
because he's just come up dry with the last visit. Back-to-back trebleless turns for Coleman.
He is a bit of a kind of one of those first start merchants, isn't he? Because of how rapid he plays and how rhythmical it is. If he gets the first start right, then he tends to be able to back it up with one or two more trebles.
57.
But the adjustment, because of the speed's not always on point.
$100. One of them, folksy. $66. Stevie Carr, 64. $32.
Well, after 12 darts in the previous two legs, Ash Coleman had
100.
already gone out.
Supercar
This time he's not even
32.
on a finish.
I blame you. It's because you mentioned the average, the record.
Game shot on the third leg, Steve Green. Fourth leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
He hooked me in with an electric start.
100.
Steve Green has pulled one back.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the average is still looking rather tidy from Ashley Coleman. Just shy of 109.
60.
Well, he's provided us the last two Ton Plus checkouts in this group. Ash Coleman, both of them on the bullseye. The 1-2-6 against
60.
Danny Lauby. And that 1-2-1 there to open us up against Steve Green.
Yeah, and in terms of Group C and top performances, it'd be no surprise to hear that Ashley Coleman has that accolade
60.
to his name for this week. But this could surpass anything we've seen. We haven't had a Ton Plus Av in Group C yet.
One of them, 40.
And when you look at that 107 plus that Tommy Morris posted, that's scary. I mean, when you're taking out finishes of 167 and 164 in a race to 4, that's going to do you the world of good. But it was a game that took just 7 minutes and 8 seconds. So if it is Coleman against Morris, could see that number tumble even further as Steve Green hits a 180.
Well, you mentioned the highest average record. The fastest game we've ever had here at the Super Series is 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Tommy Morris was involved
60.
in a game with Dan Lauby, which lasted 5 minutes 46 seconds. 15 seconds off the record. That could also be broken.
It's like when that fella ran the London Marathon in less than 2 hours and
93.
still ended up finishing second by
Stevie Carr,
11 minutes.
41.
Fast, but not fast enough.
65. Ashley Carr, 8.
Double 4 for 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Ashley Coleman. Fifth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
I think the thing that you'll find with Ashley Coleman and the way he plays is you can see there's been a bit of a finishing masterclass from both these players. Perfection on the outer ring for Coleman. The approach to the board, the kind of march up to get your darts at the board, taking them out, walking back round, I think that will lend itself to Tommy Morris. I think they'll get dizzy, or we'll get dizzy watching it, basically, because they'll just be going round and round in circles.
Well, he's a heavy metal fan, so he might be used to running round and round in circles. He might have been in a few circle pits in his time.
$100.
Speaking of heavy metal, Ryan Searle reaching a Euro Tour final last time out in Riesa.
96.
Ross Smith won his first title at the 5th time of asking And if that isn't a lesson in perseverance, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, I think that was the second final Ryan Starwood made.
Yeah, and Ross had been beaten
56.
multiple times in finals previously. And that's, as you say, a second final for Ryan where he's tasted defeat. And the first one he really should have won against Martin Schindler and didn't. But it's just a lesson that in darts, sometimes you do have to graft and dig deep before you eventually get your rewards.
Yeah, I think now more so than ever as well, because you just look around you and the standard from like the ADC amateur side of the game all the way through to the professional side, the balance is getting closer.
Treble 17. Just a single, so the shot's off.
57. Ashika 109.
No, he has been immaculate on his doubles so far. Tops. Wow, what a performance from Ash Coleman. He's top of the group, and he's already confirmed in Saturday night. But an 11 darter to begin with a 1-2-1 on the ball, then a 12 darter. And he continued to be perfect on his doubles and finished off with another ton pluser, a 109 finish. What a way to win your final game, a near 104 average, and he takes it in style.
Well, Group C, our qualifiers have been confirmed. Kieran Ford going through in second place, but our table topper, Ashley Coleman, he is top of the pile, and Niall has popped downstairs to have a quick word with Prince of Darkness.
Ash, congratulations. You booked your spot through to Saturday night. Just how happy are you with the work you've done over the last couple of days?
It's been very good. I've been very steady, very solid. I think probably the most consistent here, but that's here or there. It doesn't matter. You just got to do what you got to do to get through.
Let's focus on the last game you just had, because that was a pretty nice way to wrap things up. You'd already booked qualification, but 2 ton plus finishes, 100% on your doubles. If that can continue, you're going to be a handful on Saturday, aren't you?
Well, I'll try and be a piece of work, but yeah, it was nice. I think the thing is me and Steve both went up there and we said, right, just let's have fun. Whatever happens, happens. There's nothing to lose here. There's nothing to gain. We're all just going out there for a bit of fun now. And it was like, yeah. And then I think we were just you could see we were very, like, with each other, we were being really joking about until the last sort of darts went in. And then when the green light went, something clicked in my mind, was like, right, let's go. But sometimes it happens.
Yeah, you kicked off 11 darter, 12 darter, so brilliant way to start that final game. In terms of the work you did yesterday, you won 4 games from 5 yesterday as well. How much of a building block was that for you heading into today?
Well, I spoke to family and friends before I come into the arena, and I was like, right, I need to just be top of the table overnight, because if you're at the top of the table, you've got less of a job than someone who's sitting further down. So I was like, right, just stay at the top, get to the top first, then worry about day 2.
And just lastly, you've been to Saturday night before. You've had a run on Saturday night before. How determined are you to go all the way tomorrow?
I think it's about time I changed the script a bit. I'm fed up being the one that gets close and never gets there. I think it's my 4th or 5th time on the trot where I've gone through Group C and got to Saturday. So about time for a change.
Well done. You've topped Group C and you are through to Saturday night. Well played.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting to hear from our table topper, because yes, he won't be the only one feeling like that, because we know alongside Kieran Ford and Ashley Coleman, Tommy Morris, he came through Group A. He will also be at finals night, and he has come close to winning a weekly title as well. Previously a runner-up, so it could be a maiden winner at this week's Super Series. But we still have one more match to go to conclude Group C.
57.
That is Danny Lauby against Adam Mould. Adam hasn't really quite clicked for him throughout today until his last match.
140.
In Adam Mould's last match, he faced Uriot, where he won 4 legs to 2. First one he's picked up today. First maximums he's hit 3 of them, plus a 177 in that match. He was 4 from 10, 40% on the doubles. Everything seemed to come together for 58. Adam Mould, but at a point where, unfortunately for him, it wouldn't make a difference or an impact into qualification to Saturday's finals.
42.
The argument you could say could also be made for Danny Lauby. Danny Lauby's best performance of the entire week. He joined us in Group A, came into Group C, and that was a 4-1 win over Ashley Coleman, averaging just shy of 95. So both these players, when they haven't really had too much to gain, seem to have been able to produce their absolute best.
140. One of them 40, Advocaat 83.
Double 9.
74.
Side. Well, I'm pleased to say that Niall is back in the comms box, getting your steps in.
Are you really pleased to see me again?
Always.
100, Advocaat 9.
Good to chat to Ash Coleman in good spirits, understandably so, after qualification through to tomorrow night.
Getting shown the first leg.
Adam Mould gets the opening leg of this one. against Danny
Second leg, Adam,
Lauby.
through first.
And the American, the only person to beat Ash Coleman. Beat him twice. Beat him yesterday and beat him earlier on today. Ash Coleman saying it's about
66.
time I did something on a Saturday night. That was the words of a determined dart player.
Yeah, I picked up on that, but I think there is, I mentioned earlier, I think
60.
there's a narrative that is going to be familiar to Tommy Morris as well, who has been a runner-up here. As we know, could be a new name on the honours
18.
roll this week.
Well, nobody's been a weekly champion more times than Neil Duff. 7 weekly titles
78.
for him. Separates him from the likes of Scott Taylor and Steve West and Derek Coulson, who have all won 5 weekly titles.
45.
Yeah, I was here for when Neil Duff won that 7th title, and it's the first time I can honestly say it's been a real emotional response from Neil Duff.
60.
It meant a lot to him, especially because he was contesting it against Steve West, who was trying to level up his own weekly count.
83. $58.
Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie, both PDC Tour card holders. They both have 4 weekly titles here. Andreas Harrison also with 4.
100.
There are 18 players who have won 2 weekly titles. Some people will be over the moon with just 1. And who will be the one on Saturday night? That's the question you'll have to rejoin us for here on Pluto TV tomorrow evening. Double A for Adam Mould, and it's a 2-0 lead for Adam Mould.
Third leg, Danny to throw first. Game on.
Tom plus checkout as well. Hey, there we go. A bit of the Mouldy celebrations. I'm not sure that technically counts
45.
as a celebration, but we're taking it.
And I guess for Adam Mould, if there are words
70.
that you would associate with this particular campaign, then I guess you would be thinking maybe confusing, frustrating. Because he's
100.
producing his best at a point where it wouldn't count towards going through to Saturday. But there have been moments where he hasn't played well and won. There's moments that he's played better and hasn't been able to get across the line.
100.
An in-depth view of Adam Mould retrieving his flight.
100. $134. 100.
If Danny wins, he goes from 6 to 3rd.
100. Daniel Carr, 156. 100. Adam Carr, 97.
'Going double tops for a 97. Check out.
77. Daniel Carr, 56.
You could tell when his eyes flicked down towards that double 19 what his plan was.
Gage on the third leg.
Danny Lauby's plan is to keep this match going as long as possible.
Fourth leg, Adam to through
Adam
first.
Mould, if he
Game
wins
on.
it, he can move from bottom of the group to 3rd position. And it's a similar situation for Danny Lauby with these 2 points on offer.
Yeah, and that just kind of amplifies the fact that this has been a
43.
really tight group. Yeah, win for Adam would mean that positions 3rd through to 6th would all leave on 8 points. And they're just separated by leg difference.
97.
This is a sweeping assumption, and I have absolutely no evidence to back it up, but to me it feels like Adam Mould might have occupied every single
100.
position in the table in Group C across the last 2 days. We'd have to trawl through the numbers and do some real crunching to try and figure that out, but
60.
it's been up and down. It's been yo-yo stuff for Mouldy over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I was having a look at yesterday's results, and I imagine
58.
actually Danny Lauby might have actually done that as well, because he started off with those 2 wins, so would have been top. And then I know throughout today, I mean, if the result stays
100.
like this, then Danny will finish in last place, but he potentially could finish anything from third or fourth. Well, for fourth place. It's been one of those tables.
He finished in last place in Group A,
100.
Danny Lauby, which is why he's dropped into Group C. And even if he does finish bottom of Group C, I think he'll be walking away from the back end of the week far happier than he was the
60.
first 3 days. We've seen better stuff from him across Thursday and today so far than what we saw on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
140.
Yeah, well, for Danny in Group A, it was 2 wins out of 15 matches. He's 4 wins out of 10 hits. Still probably not as high as he'd
45.
like,
How many
but
cars? 60.
as you say, it's a marked improvement.
Tops would make it 3-1.
Getting shown the 4th leg, Adam Mould.
Adam Mould
5th
on
leg,
the
Danny
hill,
to
just
throw
one
first.
leg
Game
away from victory over Danny Lauby.
on. 100. $30.
Well, Adam Mould has entertained us. I'm not sure how aware he is that he's entertained us, but he certainly has.
100.
And you know what? I don't mind it. Darts is an emotional game. You said it earlier on. There's no teammates. There's no one to back you up. There's no support system. When you're up
60.
there, it's just you. And so I don't mind seeing people go through the ringer and bring their emotions to the surface. Because it shows how
121.
much they care. It shows how much this game means to them. And Adam is one of those where the game means a lot to him, not just individually, but he's involved in setting up events. He does a
83.
lot for the game in his local area.
He does indeed. The South East and London Regional Director for the ADC.
46. $60. Daniel Carr,
It's just like a micro reaction after almost every dart. There's a ferocious look. There's a very smiley look in between. And he doesn't hang
58.
about getting to that oki.
Yeah, you could see there he was already halfway to the oki before Lauby had even thrown and had to take a step back when he realised he hadn't let go of it.
100. Daniel Carr, 76.
Yeah. Not the best route there for Adam Mould, because Lauby now has 6 from this position. Should have thrown for the 18s with either the first, second dart.
56.
That's one way of saying it. Not the best route to go for 100 to leave yourself 168.
Hey, I'm polite. What can I say?
Very, very respectful.
60. Daniel Carr, 20.
I guess it's polite, or perhaps could be construed as a bit sarcastic, but that wasn't the angle I was going for.
555.
10. Daniel Carr, 108. $68. Daniel Carr, 10.
One for double 2.
8. Daniel Carr, 40. Game shot on the match.
Adam Mould wins it, and he brings to an end his Group C campaign. It means he isn't going to finish bottom of the group, actually elevates himself up to 3rd position, but that is that. We are wrapped up in Group C. Ashley Coleman and Kieran Ford are through to Saturday night. It's not to be for Adam Mould or Danny Lauby on this occasion, but Mould wins our final game of Group C by 4-1. Group C has come to an end, and those were the last few results that we saw. Adam Mould ending up not on the bottom of the group. He actually moves himself up to 3rd with that win over Danny Lauby. Ashley Coleman was sensational, a near 104 average in beating Steve Green 4-1, 2 ton plus finishes and 100% on his doubles. And before that, Kieran Ford with that 4-1 win over Tfan Uriot, confirming his place in Saturday night. So here's how the table looks then in Group C now that we've played all of our games this afternoon. Ashley Coleman in gold, by far the best player across Group C over the last 2 days and well deserving of his spot on top. And Kieran Ford had to fight, missed some key doubles at key times, but in the end did enough to get himself through to Saturday as well. Well, welcome back to the studio here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Laura Turner's been alongside me all afternoon to watch the action, and we now know who's through to Saturday night. It's Ash Coleman and Kieran Ford. Let's start by focusing on Ash, and we said coming into today that with 4 wins from 5 yesterday, he had built a really good platform to get through to Saturday, and he's managed to step on that platform and get through.
Yeah, he was the most consistent player yesterday. He was the most consistent player today. He said when he was speaking to you, that was his plan. Make sure he was top of the table, stay there for as long as possible. This is all about qualifying for tomorrow night. And he did it really well. It was comfortable in the end. And actually, when the pressure was off, especially in that last match, he produced one of the best games that we've seen throughout, well, the best game we've seen throughout Group C.
Yeah, and this bullseye finish on 1-2-6 was a part of it. 2 ton plus finishes in the match. He kicked off 11 darter, 12 darter. If he can play like that, or even a little bit like that on Saturday, then people are going to need to watch out, aren't they?
He said, look, he's hungry for a title. He has qualified on several occasions through to finals night. He wants to lift that trophy. He thinks it's his time. I know there are a few players in the field that will say the same thing, including Tommy Morris, but ultimately, yeah, he is a strong competitor. He comes in now with expectation. He perhaps didn't beforehand, but now he comes here with a little bit more expectation on his shoulders.
Now he said that he wants to make a difference and how deep he goes on Saturday night, does that put pressure on himself from himself? Or do you think now that he said that in front of the cameras, it's a case of, right, I've said this, I better go and act on it now?
Yeah, he doesn't look like a player that particularly feels too much of the pressure side of things. When he was talking to you, it's all quite measured. He does seem to be a player that thinks a lot about the process. He knows what he needs to do, when he needs to do it. But ultimately, yeah, there will be pressure on, he will put pressure on himself because he's highlighted the fact that he's been in this situation several times before, hasn't been able to lift the title, and that's what he wants to do.
How about young Kieran Ford then, just 22 years of age, from Sheffield, and he's qualified as well. What have you made of his Group C campaign? Yeah,
he's been, I mean, better day yesterday. Today, it felt a little nervy at times, a little bit edgy, perhaps just missed a few key opportunities. You highlighted that was a case over both days, but they proved to be more costly today. I was worried, and then that very last match, he pulled out, I think it was a 14 or 13 darter to get across the line to secure his spot. And in the end, he won't feel it like that, but it was without it was without all the drama. There was still 2 games left to go.
Yeah, that game against Tvan Uriot could have gone either way because Tvan was still in with a shout of qualifying for Saturday. So there was added pressure in that particular game. But he dealt with it really well. And for a young man who's still learning in this kind of environment, you have to tip your hat to him.
Absolutely, yeah. You could see at points there the pressure was there. It was piling up. But when it was really important, when his back was against the wall, he managed to produce some of the best starts we've seen from him today. So it's all a learning curve, and there is, you can see there's a superb dart player there. He's managed to get through. You knew how much he wanted it as well throughout the day. So the fact that he's done it is full credit to him.
Now it's about Saturday night for him. How does he prepare? What does he do differently? Does he maybe talk himself into changing his preparations, or considering Group C's been a success for him, does he just approach things the same way and treat it as if it's any other group? Yeah,
tomorrow it does have the feel of being a bit more like knockout darts. You have the short course round robin element to it. So I just think, yeah, it's preparing in the same way, making sure you're here with enough time, making sure that you go through whatever practice routines you want to do, you're settled. Don't forget, tomorrow there will be a bit of a crowd in as well. So it does add a different element to what you're used to playing, going from complete silence to then that little hum in the background of people that are sat down watching. So just come here, approach it, approach it without apprehension, I think. Just go there, try and embrace the opportunity and make the most of the moment.
Well, Kieran is through along with Ash Coleman. Let's remind ourselves of that table once more here in Group C. Ash and Kieran in gold, but you can see Mouldy actually moving himself up to 3rd position. He was bottom heading into that final match, which he did win, but all 4 players there below the 2 in gold on 8 points. What do you make of the rest of the field? Is it a case of anyone was unlucky to miss out, or have they all kind of basically been as good and as bad as each other in equal measure?
I agree with the last statement, and you've got to feel a little bit there for Adam Mould, who actually won more legs than Kieran Ford did, yeah, but actually got 4 less points, 2 less wins. So Adam was involved in some really tight games. I think for the rest, they were it was inconsistency. We saw great stuff from all of them, but it was a little bit too up and down. And I think the 2 that topped the table were the ones that were able to remain the most consistent throughout the 2 days.
So we know which two are through to Saturday night from Group C. What about Group B? Let's take a look at the Group B table because the action commences later on tonight. 10 o'clock we start, and it is Scott Campbell who ran through the card yesterday with 4 wins from 4. And when we spoke to him afterwards, Laura, he said, I know that barring pretty much a disaster, I'm in Saturday night. So he's done the majority of his work. He just needs to make sure he does get his name in gold by later on this evening.
Yeah, and he's in a perfect position to do so. He knows exactly what he's going to have to do here, but he also knows that outside chances, you know, positive or negative, but they can happen. He was 100-1 shot to top the table in the international pairs.
Yeah,
he
and
topped
he won't
the
let
pairs.
you forget that either, will he? He will not.
He topped the pairs, so anything is possible. You just have to make sure your head is really in the game, really focused until your name's up in gold.
Well, one of the Scott Campbell performances yesterday saw him hit 2 ton plus finishes and 100% on his doubles, but he was outdone on the doubles because Big John Henderson twice yesterday was 100% on his doubles. Tops was absolutely flying for him, so much so that with 80 left, he went tops and was confident enough to take it, and he did get it. Yeah,
again, is another solid performance. You know, John Henderson, he's right in the mix as well. It's just the one loss for him, so he's looking good to go through to finals night. If he can maintain that doubles hitting, he's going to be really tough to beat.
We've just spoken about Kieran Ford in Group C, a young man who's maybe just starting to learn the ropes a little bit in this kind of environment. There's a lot of experienced players in Group B. When it comes down to the crunch in a few hours from now, how significant and important could that be?
We talk about experience. You cannot underestimate, you know, how important experience is, especially the likes of John Henderson, who's played on the biggest stages in the darting world, won some amazing titles along the way. However, I've taken a step back from kind of questioning how, you know, with youth players, when you look at the youth players coming through, they're fearless. They have not got the scars that some of us more experienced players tend to carry. So I'd never write it off, but I do think experience can carry a lot of weight.
So Scott Campbell, the favourite for tonight. John Henderson not far behind. Anyone else potentially you think could make a late surge?
Tight between the two. I mean, I liked what I saw from George in Group A, and I think George came in as a favourite to top the group yesterday. Didn't quite get the results going his way, but I've liked his game. And obviously Lee Cox. I mean, Lee Cox is part of the furniture here, isn't he, at the Super Series? But yeah, and Jamie Kelling, he's a late call-up. Had played really well, but a bit like George, just on the wrong end of some results.
Okay, Laura, thanks very much. More from Laura a little bit later on here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as we look at Group B as that commences. And here's what's coming up for you on the channel. Next up, the story of Stephen Bunting. Do join us at 10 p.m. tonight for Group B's conclusion. And then on Saturday at 7:30, it is finals night. Make sure you join us live and free on Pluto TV. Well, Group C is done. 2 players' names are in gold. We have more players to light up in gold this evening in Group B. We'll see you at 10.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performance.
Pull for big fish.
Game